Chapter 2871. Jianshan glanced through the pill recipe roughly. The detailed method and steps for refining the 100 Tribulations Divine King's pill were recorded clearly. Even all the required ingredients were recorded. The Divine King grass was only an essential main ingredient. In reality, refining the 100 Tribulations Divine King's pill required several dozen other supplementary ingredients apart from Divine King grass. These supplementary ingredients were not particularly rare. They could be purchased in large quantities in the Saint's world. Once I return to the Tianyuan family, I'll need to prepare the pill. Right now, Senior Su Ran, who's already a chaotic prime, is watching over the higher-ups in the Tianyuan family. We've also hired a few infinite primes, but these primordial realm experts basically serve as the foundation of the clan. We rarely use them. Only the central forces of the Divine King are used frequently. Right now, basically 90% of the Divine King in the Tianyuan family are hired. There are pitifully few Divine Kings who truly belong to the clan. With the appearance of the high-quality Divine King's pill, we just happen to be able to fill up some of the central forces of the Tianyuan family. Jianshan thought to himself. He had the recipe for the Divine King's pill, as well as the ingredients. Everything was ready. He only lacked one thing. At that moment, he even felt an urge to immediately return to the Tianyuan family to refine the pill. Brother Yang Yutian, I plan on leaving the Dark Star world after returning to the 100 Saints city this time. I need to absorb this droplet of essence blood under the protection of the ancestor. If nothing goes wrong, my strength will definitely skyrocket once I absorb it. I might even have a sliver of hope of directly reaching the primordial realm, said Jin Hong. His voice was filled with undisguised excitement. He was still extremely young right now, nowhere near 1,000 years old. If he really did reach the primordial realm within 1,000 years, it would definitely be a legendary story that would go down in history. There were countless geniuses in the vast Saints' world. As a matter of fact, there was no lack of people with unprecedented talent. However, there were only a handful of people who could reach the primordial realm within 1,000 years. Then I'll congratulate Brother Jin Hong first. I hope you can reach the primordial realm soon. Jianshan clasped his hands and said. However, right after he finished saying those words, his heart suddenly trembled. At this moment, his perception that far surpassed those of the same cultivation level as him had sensed an extremely powerful aura flash past in the distance. Its speed was extremely fast, and it directly charged into the two-world mountain from the territory of the Dark Star realm. It was as if the ruler of the world had arrived. It did not conceal itself in the slightest and disappeared into the depths of the two-world mountain in an instant. Dark Star Emperor! Jianshan shivered inside. The presence was so powerful that it had even surpassed the 9th heavenly layer of infinite primes. It was completely equivalent to a chaotic prime. There was only a single person like that in the entire Dark Star realm. Jianshan immediately became stern. The Dark Star Emperor had actually emerged from seclusion, and he had personally entered the depths of the two-world mountain. He immediately became vigilant. Brother Jin Hong, I've wasted enough time here. I need to set off to hunt the life-devouring beast, so let's part ways here. Oh right, once you return to the 100 Saints city, please pass on a message for me. The Dark Star realm hasn't been peaceful recently. Something huge will happen soon, so it's best if she leaves. With that, Jianshan left. He disappeared into the mist very soon. Jin Hong opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but Jianshan had already vanished. Jianshan's final words filled him with doubt. He was rather confused. The Dark Star realm hasn't been peaceful recently? Something huge was about to happen? If something huge really was about to happen, their 100 Saints city should have received the news first. How was it possible for Yang Yutian, who was an independent cultivator and did not have his own information network in the Dark Star realm, to learn about something that even they did not know about before them? However, looking at Yang Yutian's stern expression, he did not seem like he was joking. For a moment, Jin Hong became rather uncertain. Did Yang Yutian really know some secrets? It looks like this Yang Yutian isn't as simple as he seems on the surface, Jin Hong murmured. At that moment, Jian Chen's figure had become rather unfathomable in his heart. Within the two-world mountain, Jianchen concealed his presence and flew through the forest silently like a ghost. He had already expanded the senses of his soul. He purposefully concealed it, carefully expanding it into the surroundings in an extremely secretive manner. It was obvious that the Darkstar Emperor had entered the two-world mountain for two matters. The first was the droplet of essence blood the City Lord of Dark Knight City had left behind, and the second was obviously for his disguise as Kuan-Tian. There was even a slight possibility that it was because of Sin Ran. When Sin Ran died, it caused a very great disturbance in the depths of the two-world mountain. It basically alarmed all the primordial realm life-devouring beasts there. The imperial city of the Darkstar clan has probably received news of such a great matter long ago. It's no secret that I've entered the depths of the two-world mountain as Kuan-Tian. They must have guessed that I'm in danger. I wonder if they've leaked Sin Ran's whereabouts. If the royal city learns of Sen's whereabouts in Two-World Mountain, then the two Hall Masters of the Darkstar race will be in danger at the same time. This is an earth-shattering matter for the entire race, so it'll naturally alarm the Darkstar Emperor. The Darkstar race can't afford to lose two Hall Masters, Jianchen said with a frown. He knew that with the appearance of the Darkstar Emperor, his trip to the Hundred Saints City had to end prematurely. He needed to return to the Fifth Divine Hall as Kuan-Tian. Very soon, Jianchen entered the depths of the Two-World Mountain. Along the way, he constantly sensed the imprint he had left behind earlier. He needed to return to the pool where the two god artifacts of Kuan-Tian were hidden before the Darkstar Emperor and take them out. At this moment, the roars of beasts had already filled the depths of the Two-World Mountain. The Darkstar Emperor seemed invincible. His presence erupted as he rampaged through the depths of the Two-World Mountain without any disguise. Naturally, he alarmed all the primordial realm life-devouring beasts in the mountain as soon as possible. At this moment, all the primordial realm life-devouring beasts in the Two-World Mountain were mobilized. They surrounded the Darkstar Emperor from all directions. The Darkstar Emperor was too strong. Even though his strength was suppressed here, he was still fearless. Even when facing all the life-sucking beasts in the Two-World Mountain, he didn't show the slightest bit of fear. He radiated with his presence, making himself a dazzling beacon. Who knew if he was announcing his arrival to the primordial realm life-devouring beasts in the Two-World Mountain, or if he was pointing out a path for the two Hall Masters. He flew around aimlessly. Every time he flew a certain distance, he would stop and hover in midair to sense his surroundings. Jianchen carefully concealed all of his presence. He secretly sensed the Darkstar Emperor's location from afar. He was stern. He really is an existence comparable to a chaotic prime. He still possesses the battle prowess of a ninth heavenly layer infinite prime in the depths of the Two-World Mountain. Chapter 2872. At this moment, a few primordial realm life-devouring beasts had already approached the Darkstar Emperor. However, they stopped several dozen kilometers away and looked in his direction. Their eyes that possessed some intelligence were filled with fear, and they did not dare to approach him. The Darkstar Emperor's strength and shocking presence actually intimidated the primordial realm life-devouring beasts. As a matter of fact, the primordial realm life-devouring beasts showed deep fear and dread in their eyes. It was as if they had suffered quite a bit to the Darkstar Emperor's hands in the past. Swish! At this moment, the Darkstar Emperor moved. He was invincible, rampaging through the depths of the Two-World Mountains fearlessly. He directly flew off in the opposite direction. There just happened to be a primordial realm life-devouring beast hesitating in the direction he flew towards, as if it was waiting for reinforcements. Now that it saw the Darkstar Emperor fly towards it, it immediately shuddered in fright and dodged to one side in a hurry. However, it was still much slower. Several dozen kilometers was only a single step in the eyes of the Darkstar Emperor. He arrived beside the primordial realm life-devouring beast in a single instance. As if he felt that the primordial realm life-devouring beast's existence was obstructing his path, he waved his hand casually. As he waved his hand, shocking energy immediately surged out. It condensed into a 30-meter-wide hand of energy in the air in a single instance, swinging towards the primordial realm life-devouring beast mercilessly. The Darkstar Emperor's strength had already been suppressed in the depths of the two-world mountains, so he was unable to unleash his full strength. However, even with that being the case, the power of his strike was still extremely shocking. Bang! The third heavenly layer infinite prime life-devouring beast could not even dodge the huge hand of energy. It was struck squarely, and with a wail it was blown far away. As it flew back, it smashed through many towering trees before smashing into a mountain heavily, sinking in deeply. The palm strike was extremely terrifying. Not only did it heavily injure a primordial realm life-devouring beast, but the brutal energy wreaked havoc in the surroundings as well. It directly formed a storm of destruction, reducing all the plants in a range of several dozen kilometers to dust. Just the energy shockwaves from this attack were enough to wipe out all life within a radius of several dozen kilometers, razing the entire area to the ground. When the Darkstar Emperor injured the primordial realm life-devouring beast, the other primordial realm life-devouring beasts nearby did not go up to provide assistance. Instead, they all retreated subconsciously as fear filled their eyes. However, the Darkstar Emperor didn't pay any attention to them. Perhaps the Darkstar Emperor didn't care about these life-sucking beasts at all. Even when he attacked the life-sucking beast, it was only because it was blocking the path. Soon after, he took a step in the void and disappeared in a flash. In just a few steps, he appeared tens of thousands of miles away. After that, he stopped again and sensed carefully. This time, he seemed to sense something, and a gleam of light immediately flashed through his eyes. With a flash, he shot through the forest and arrived in the nest of a primordial realm life-devouring beast in the end. The primordial realm life-devouring beast that possessed the nest fled as quickly as it could, as if it had seen the plague. It hid 100 kilometers away as it stared at the Darkstar Emperor vigilantly. At the same time, it glanced into the distance from time to time. A sliver of urgency appeared in its eyes. Its more powerful companions were almost here. The Darkstar Emperor reached out, and in the next moment, a space ring flew into his hand as a streak of light. This was the space ring that the City Lord of Anya City, by Jean, had lost. A cold light immediately flashed through the Darkstar Emperor's eyes when he saw the space ring. Afterwards, with a crack, the space ring shattered under the pressure of his supreme power. Apart from the droplet of essence blood that remained intact, everything else in the space ring had been reduced to dust. Afterwards, the Darkstar Emperor pointed at the primordial realm life-devouring beast that belonged to the owner of the nest 100 kilometers away and suddenly clenched his hand. With that, the space 100 kilometers away suddenly showed signs of collapsing. It was as if a supreme force had enveloped the space, causing it to distort violently. The primordial realm life-devouring beast in that space suddenly felt its body tighten. An extremely great pressure appeared from all directions, crushing down on its body. Its colossal body rapidly shrank under the terrifying pressure. As its body shrank, the dark green blood in its body began to seep out from its pores. Its skin was cracking, its flesh was exploding, and even the sound of bones breaking could be heard. It opened its mouth and let out a painful shriek. Its eyes were wide open. The powerful oppressive force was about to squeeze its eyes out of their socket. A primordial realm life-devouring beast that even the Hall Masters of the Darkstar clan had to treat with caution was actually so fragile before the Darkstar Emperor. Just a casual clench of his hand was enough to crush a primordial realm expert. This was not the laws of space. Instead, it was a pure usage and control of power. The Darkstar Emperor's strength was truly terrifying. His usage and control of power had already reached a level where many primordial realm experts in the Saints' world would tremble in fear. However, at this moment, there was an ear-piercing whistle. A bone arrow pierced through space, passing through countless towering trees and huge mountains as it shot towards the Darkstar Emperor with unbelievable speed. The power within the bone arrow was so great that it was no weaker than the Darkstar Emperor's. A cold light flashed through the Darkstar Emperor's eyes. He suddenly raised his other hand, and powerful energy condensed on his finger. He extended it towards the incoming bone arrow. Bang! The bone arrow turned into a blur and collided with the Darkstar Emperor's finger with unbelievable speed. With a heavy boom, a visible shockwave of energy immediately surged out in all directions, reducing all the vegetation within several hundred kilometers to dust. Huge cracks even appeared in the ground. Chapter 2873. Along the way, the invincible strength the Darkstar Emperor had displayed had made all the primordial realm life-devouring beasts extremely fearful. However, the primordial realm life-devouring beasts they had come across before were actually not brave enough to take him on. However, at this moment, a bone arrow shot out from the depths of the forest was actually able to contend with the Darkstar Emperor for so long. It was not like the Darkstar Emperor against the other weaker primordial realm life-devouring beasts, where it was easily repelled or injured. This all proved that the primordial realm life-devouring beast who had shot out the sword was extremely close to the Darkstar Emperor in strength, or even on par with him. The great power within the bone arrow was constantly unleashed in the air, forming a dazzling light. It constantly struck the Darkstar Emperor with a terrifying attack that was enough to shock all the Hall Masters of the Darkstar race. Terrifying energy also condensed at the tip of the Darkstar Emperor's finger. The energy was so pure that it could even cause the expressions of any primordial realm expert to change. It had basically condensed into an energy crystal. It shot out from the tip of his finger and resisted the power of the bone arrow, nullifying each other. However, in the end, the bone arrow ran out of energy. Without a backup source of energy, it was not the Darkstar Emperor's opponent. Just when its energy was about to run out, it turned around and vanished into the depths of the forest. But at this moment, in the sky shrouded in thick fog where the Darkstar Emperor was located, the white sky suddenly changed. Suddenly, the sky darkened as a huge shadow rapidly descended from the sky. With a huge pressure, it directly enveloped the Darkstar Great. It was an extremely huge primordial realm life-devouring beast. The pressure it gave off was so great that it was no weaker than the Darkstar Emperor's. When it fell, an extremely sharp bone arrow had already shot out, directly stabbing towards the Darkstar Emperor. The primordial realm life-devouring beast that could rival the Darkstar Emperor was clearly the owner of the bone arrow from before. The Darkstar Emperor remained calm. His presence surged as indescribably pure power erupted like a tsunami. He directly threw out a punch. Boom! His punch arrived first, striking the primordial realm life-devouring beast before the bone arrow could even approach him. With a great boom, the colossal beast immediately came to a halt. Afterwards, it was actually knocked back by the Darkstar Emperor's punch. In the end, with a heavy thud, its powerful body slammed into the ground like a mountain, causing the ground to shake. However, the life-sucking beast landed steadily on the ground, having withstood the powerful attack of the Darkstar Great Emperor. The life-sucking beast, which was strong enough to contend with the Darkstar Great Emperor, did not suffer any injuries. It seemed that its skin was thick enough to withstand the attack of the Darkstar Great Emperor. It was only now that they could vaguely see its body. It was a life-sucking beast that was over 1,000 feet long and looked like an earth dragon. On its back, there were 9 huge bone arrows inserted into it. Its bone arrows clearly had the ability to change their size. The first time it had attacked the Darkstar Emperor from afar, they were only 4 feet long. However, looking at its back now, each bone arrow was over 1,000 feet in length. Roar! Clearly, this was not the first time the Earth Dragon Beast had met the Darkstar Emperor. Its eyes were filled with hatred. As soon as it landed, it produced a deep roar and directly charged towards the Darkstar Emperor. Immediately, an intense battle erupted between the Earth Dragon Beast and the Darkstar Emperor that was enough to shake up the entire Two-World Mountain. Booms rang out as if the sky was about to collapse. The Earth Dragon Beast was also a 9th Heavenly Layer Infinite Prime, the same level of cultivation as the Darkstar Emperor. However, it was clearly weaker than the Darkstar Emperor in battle. The Darkstar Emperor was just too powerful. He was already suppressed by a Grand Exalt's will in the Two-World Mountain, so he was unable to unleash his full strength. Under such circumstances, he still possessed a slight advantage against the strongest primordial realm life-devouring beast in the Two-World Mountain. Although he possessed an advantage, it was still difficult for the Darkstar Emperor to defeat the Earth Dragon Beast. This was because the Earth Dragon Beast's defenses were just too great. When the Darkstar Emperor's attacks landed on the Earth Dragon Beast, they were unable to inflict any heavy injuries. Even if they left behind some small wounds, they would recover in the blink of an eye under the terrifying life force within the Earth Dragon Beast. Moreover, the Earth Dragon Beast's power would be replenished at all times in the Two-World Mountain. As long as it was here, its power would constantly recover. It was truly inexhaustible. As the Earthly Dragon Beast fought the Darkstar Emperor, the primordial realm life-devouring beasts that had surrounded them all arrived one after another as well. They all joined the battle, attacking the Darkstar Emperor together with the strongest Earthly Dragon Beast. The Darkstar Emperor faced the encirclement of several dozen primordial realm life-devouring beasts. Jianshan observed the Darkstar Emperor's every action closely from the other side of the Two-World Mountain. The Darkstar Emperor did not hide his presence at all, and the disturbance from his battle with the life-devouring beasts was just too great. With Jianshan's strength as a primordial realm expert, he could sense everything clearly even without paying special attention. However, when he discovered that the Darkstar Emperor could fend off all the primordial realm life-devouring beasts in the Two-World Mountain all by himself, he was slightly shocked. If the Darkstar Emperor had displayed such strength in the territory of the Darkstar race, he would not have been surprised at all. After all, the Darkstar Emperor was no weaker than a chaotic prime. It would be extremely normal for him to slay all the life-devouring beasts by himself. However, this was the Two-World Mountain. Even when his strength was suppressed, he was still so powerful. As a result, Jianshan could not help but re-evaluate the Darkstar Emperor's strength. At this moment, Jianshan's face changed. He discovered a familiar figure several million kilometers away with the senses of his soul. The vice-leader of the Fifth Hall, Dou Wujin, had also arrived in the depths of the Two-World Mountain. However, unlike the Darkstar Emperor, Dou Wujin concealed all of his presence and carefully searched around the depths of the mountain. He would use secret techniques from time to time as if he was sensing something. He did not alarm any of the life-devouring beasts. As a matter of fact, when he came across godhood life-devouring beasts, he purposefully avoided them. However, while Jianshan could discover Dou Wujin was unable to discover Jianshan. This was because even the senses of the souls of cultivators in the outside world would be greatly affected here, let alone the Darkstar race. At the same time, Jianshan's soul was different. Coupled with his purposeful concealment, it was extremely difficult for people with higher cultivation to discover the senses of his soul in the unique environment of the Two-World Mountain. Soon after he discovered Dou Wujin, the 10th Hall Master, Feng Shui, appeared 5 million kilometers away from Dowujin in another direction that Jianshan's senses of his soul covered. It was not just the two of them. Jianshan even saw the vice leader of the 7th Hall, Unveil. The two-world mountain was so large that even with Jianshan's senses of his soul, he could not envelop even a tenth of it. However, in such a short amount of time, 3 primordial realm experts from the Dark Star world had actually appeared in the region he covered with the senses of his soul. This immediately made Jianshan shiver inside. A ridiculous thought suddenly crossed his head. Have all the primordial realm experts of the Dark Star race been mobilized? Chapter 2874. As the senses of his soul were endless, he could observe every single action of Enlai, Feng Shui, and He Yu clearly. The distance between the 3 of them was not particularly large, and they would stop and use a secret technique to sense their surroundings after advancing for a certain period of time. This was proof that they possessed a unique ability to scout out their surroundings. This probing ability could either directly detect the Dark Star clansmen within a certain distance, or it could also detect certain items. However, Jianshan guessed that this probing ability was probably used on a certain item. For example, the vice leader of the 7th Hall, De Fu, was able to find the essence blood of a divine beast through a space ring like he was looking for a needle in a haystack in the vast two-world mountain. When I left the 5th Divine Hall, I left everything that belonged to Kuan Tian in the 5th Divine Hall. I didn't even take Siyu's essence blood with me. I only took Kuan Tian's God Artifact armor and sword with me. The God Artifact armor and sword were repaired. Looks like I was probably right. The Dark Star race should have a way to sense the existence of God artifacts within a certain range. I hope they haven't found the 2 God artifacts I hid in the primordial realm life-devouring beast's nest, but even if they do find them, it'll be nothing. It'll just take me a lot more time to explain myself. It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble, thought Jianshan. Although he had been the 5th Hall leader for a while, it was naturally impossible for him to know all the methods and secret techniques of the Dark Star race in such a short amount of time. However, he had made preparations beforehand and had thought of a way to deal with them long ago. The rest of the journey was peaceful. Under Jianshan's purposeful concealment, even primordial realm experts would struggle to discover him, let alone the Divine King realm life-devouring beast. Before long, Jianshan returned to the pool where he had hidden the Kuan Tian God artifact according to the imprint he had left behind. The primordial realm life-devouring beast in the pool had already left when the Dark Star Emperor's presence leaked out. It made its way towards the Dark Star Emperor. At this time, Jianshan had returned to Kuan Tian's appearance. Even his aura had become exactly the same as Kuan Tian's. However, he concealed it so that not a trace of it leaked out. He carefully hid nearby. He used the senses of his soul to spread out cautiously in the most obscure way possible, enveloping a radius of several hundred kilometers. Only after confirming that there were no people from the Dark Star race in the area did he begin to retrieve the 2 God artifacts hidden there. Jianshan extended his hand and grabbed at the empty space in front of him. With this grab, the space in front of him seemed to have turned into a water surface, surging with rings of spatial ripples. A small portion of Jianshan's arm disappeared into the space in front of him. This scene didn't last for very long. In just a breath's worth of time, Jianshan pulled back his arm, and the 2 God artifacts he had hidden here appeared in his hands. Afterwards, with a flash of light, the God artifact armor appeared on his body. Now, he had become the leader of the 5th Hall, Kuan Tian, once again. In the depths of Two-World Mountain, several million kilometers away from Jianshan, the vice leader of the 5th Hall, Dou Wujin, concealed his presence. He avoided all the life-devouring beasts along the way as he carefully searched the area. I hope the leader is fine. The leader has obtained a fragment of the Star Beast's memories. He has come to Two-World Mountain in search of fortuitous encounters that can greatly increase his strength. The fact that the Star Beast has taken pity on him means that the leader has encountered great fortuitous encounters and great fortune. He'll definitely be fine, Dowujin prayed inside as he searched carefully with a secret technique. Their 5th hall had been bullied by the 7th hall for so many years. Now that their leader had broken through after so much difficulty, they possessed the power to contend against the 7th hall. As their leader rapidly grew in strength, their 5th hall even had hopes of suppressing the 7th hall. The 3 vice leaders would be able to hold their heads high as well. As a result, Dowujin believed that the 5th hall could not be without a leader. Otherwise, with the many years of conflict between the 5th hall and the 7th hall, the 3 vice leaders would not have an easy time. Although there wouldn't be a situation where people of the same race would kill each other, the humiliation they would suffer wouldn't be any less. This time, Dowujin was not the only primordial realm expert who had entered Two-World Mountain. Bingyuan and Ta Luo were there as well, except they were separated by several million kilometers. They formed a huge net in the depths of Two-World Mountain. Each person was responsible for a region as they searched every inch of the mountain. Kuan-Tian, where did you go? Come out quickly. The 10th hall leader, Feng Shui, could be described as the most anxious person among them. As time went on, she became more and more anxious. In particular, when she thought about the news of several dozen primordial realm life-devouring beasts rampaging in the depths of Two-World Mountain, she struggled to calm down. Her relationship with Kuan-Tian was extraordinary. Her worry for Kuan-Tian completely exceeded the 3 vice leaders of the 5th hall. Jia Di, you actually tricked Kuan-Tian into entering the depths of Two-World Mountain. If anything happens to Kuan-Tian, I, Feng Shui, will never spare you. Even if I can't beat you, I won't let you off. Feng Shui gritted her teeth. Feng Shui said through gritted teeth. She moved through the forest quickly. With her cultivation as a 5th heavenly layer infinite prime, she could cross several hundred kilometers in a single instance even if she purposefully slowed down to hide herself. It looks like Feng Shui's feelings for Kuan-Tian are quite deep. There's even less reason for me to meet her. On the other side, Jianshan withdrew the senses of his soul before flying towards Dowujin as Kuan-Tian. During this time, Jianshan constantly observed Dowujin's actions with the senses of his soul. He wanted to confirm how Dowujin would find him. Very soon, he was only 10,000 kilometers away from Dowujin. However, it was also at this moment that Kuan-Tian's armor and sword suddenly pulsed. At the same time, Dowujin shuddered violently from 10,000 kilometers away. He suddenly looked in Jianshan's direction and was overjoyed. Without any hesitation, he immediately flew over as quickly as he could. As expected, they can find the 2 god artifacts on me. However, looking at the distance, it seems like they'll only sense them when they're within 10,000 kilometers, Jianshan thought. 10,000 kilometers only took a few seconds for a primordial realm expert like Dowujin. Very soon, he turned into a blur and appeared before Jianshan like a ghost. Leader. Chapter 2875. That's great, that's great. Hall Master, we've finally found you. You don't know this, but we've been worried sick for your safety all this time, especially Hall Master Feng Shui of the 10th Hall. When she found out that Hall Master had entered the depths of Two-World Mountain alone, she was so angry that she almost skinned the 3 of us. Dowujin arrived before Jianshan in a flash. He looked at the armored and energetic Hall Master and finally stopped worrying. Why have you appeared here? And the expert fighting the life-devouring beast in the distance, is that the emperor of our clan? Jianshan asked. Although he had already guessed that most of the primordial realm experts of the Darkstar race had mobilized, and even if not all of them had come, at least half of them would have been mobilized. However, it was impossible for Kuan-Tian to discover this with his strength. I'll have to start from the disturbance in Two-World Mountain a few days ago. We received news that several dozen presences of Domain Lord level life devouring beasts had appeared in the depths of Two World Mountain at the same time. In the Darkstar world, only our primordial realm experts could cause all the Domain Lord level life devouring beasts to go berserk. With that happening, the news of you entering the depths of Two World Mountain obviously could not be hidden. The 10 Divine Halls learnt about it very soon, and after some investigation, we discovered that you were not the only one who had entered the depths of Two World Mountain. It was extremely likely that the 8th Divine Hall's leader, Serene, had entered the depths as well. It would have been fine if the depths of Two World Mountain remained peaceful, but the disturbance just happened to occur. This meant that the Hall Master's whereabouts had been exposed, and it had attracted the attention of all the Domain Lord level life devouring beasts. Afterwards, we waited for a few more days, hoping that the Hall Master could return safely from the depths of Two World Mountain. However, neither the Hall Master nor the 8th Divine Hall's leader, Serene, received any news. As a result, we had no choice but to report it to the Emperor. As a result, the Emperor led all the Hall Masters and Vice Hall Masters into the depths of the Two World Mountain range. Dou Wujin told Jianchen everything that had happened after he left the 5th Hall in detail. When Jianchen learnt that all the primordial realm experts from the 10 Divine Halls had come, he was shocked. For the sake of searching for Kuan Tian and Sin Ran, the 10 sacred halls of the Darkstar race had actually expended so much effort. Even the Darkstar Great Emperor had personally mobilized. Right, Palace Master, have you seen the 8th Palace's Palace Master Sin Ran? Dou Wujin asked. He immediately used a secret technique to inform the others that he had found the Temple Master. Jianchen shook his head and said, I didn't see Sin Ran, but I sensed his aura a few days ago. I didn't come into contact with him in Two World Mountain, so I don't know where he is hiding. Then it looks like the chaos in the Two World Mountain range a few days ago was caused by Hall Master Sin Ran. I wonder how he is right now, Dou Wujin said with some worry. At this moment, a long roar rang out from the distance. It came from the Darkstar Emperor. It was sharp and penetrative, forming rings of sound waves that spread out in all directions. It reverberated through Two World Mountain for a very long time. Dou Wujin's face changed when he heard the roar. He seemed to let out a sigh of relief. He said to Jianchen, Palace Master, the Emperor has already told us to leave the Two World Mountain range. He's probably found Hall Master Sin Ran as well. Let's leave as soon as possible. We can save some effort for the Emperor if we leave earlier. Afterwards, Jianchen and Dou Wujin began to fly out of the Two World Mountain range. As all the primordial realm life-devouring beasts in the mountain range had been drawn over by the Darkstar Great Emperor, Dou Wujin no longer had any worries on the way back. He moved as quickly as he could, leaving the region enveloped by the mist very soon and returning to the territory of the Darkstar race. Phew! We're finally out. The suppression of our race in the depths of the Two World Mountain range is just too great. It's just too suffocating. I never want to go back to this god-damned place again. Dou Wujin breathed in the air of the Darkstar race in delight. Kuan Tian, are you tired of living? How dare you run into the depths of the Two World Mountain? Do you know how dangerous it is? Do you know that that place is a forbidden zone for my race? That's right, Yang Kai said. Suddenly, a furious voice rang out. The 10th Hall Master, Feng Shui, charged out of the Two World Mountain range, and arrived before Jianchen with a darkened face. Her sharp eyes were filled with uncontrollable fury as she hurled a torrent of abuse at Jianchen. Jianchen, who was impersonating Kuan Tian, found it difficult to say anything to Feng Shui, who was furious on the surface but extremely concerned on the inside. He was rather speechless. However, as more and more people emerged from the Two World Mountain, Feng Shui could not help but shut up and stand to one side silently. Before long, all the primordial realm experts who had entered the Two World Mountain range returned to the territory of the Darkstar race. Jianchen glanced around and discovered that all the hall masters and vice-hall masters had gathered aside from Sinran. Even the 7th hall master, Jia Di, happened to be present. However, they did not leave. Instead, they gathered together and stared at the depths of the two-world mountain range. Because in that place, the deafening roars of the life-sucking beasts were still echoing incessantly. The Darkstar Great Emperor was still engaged in a fierce battle with dozens of life-sucking beasts. Their battle was so intense that the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Even if they were separated by tens of millions of miles, or even hundreds of millions of miles, they could still feel the earth quaking in the depths of Two-World Mountain. Why hasn't the Emperor come out yet? He's fighting several dozen region master-level life-devouring beasts all by himself. He must have exhausted a lot of energy. Not only is our strength suppressed in the depths of the Two-World Mountain range, but we can't recover our energy either. As time goes on, even the Emperor won't be able to outlast the region master-level life-devouring beasts, said a vice-hall master of the 10th hall worriedly. He was worried for the Emperor's safety. No one said anything after that. Several dozen experts had gathered there. Every single one of them was extremely stern. Their anger was extremely stifling. At the same time, many of them were secretly accumulating power, ready to charge into the Two-World Mountain range to receive the Darkstar Emperor at any time. The Darkstar Emperor was indeed very strong. He was the undisputed #1 expert of the Darkstar race. However, he was currently facing all the life-sucking beasts in Two-World Mountain. The Hall Masters and Vice-Hall Masters gathered here were all unsure of what to do. Their worries did not last for too long. After under a minute, the booms in the depths of the Two-World Mountain range finally stopped. Very soon, a surging figure shot out of the mountain range with lightning speed. The person was the Darkstar Emperor. He had already left the Two-World Mountain range. Even though he moved extremely quickly, he was completely composed. It was obvious with a single glance that he had retreated not because he could not defeat the primordial realm life-devouring beasts, but because he did not want to engage in a pointless battle with them. Emperor, with the appearance of the Darkstar Emperor, the various Hall Masters and Vice-Hall Masters who had been waiting anxiously all roused. Their hearts finally settled down. Jianchen looked at the Darkstar Emperor. He had heard of the Darkstar Emperor's name before. Before he had even entered the Darkstar world, he had already learnt of the Darkstar Emperor's existence from the Heartless Child. However, this was the first time he had seen the Darkstar Emperor in person after so long since he had entered the Darkstar world. The Darkstar Emperor didn't look very old. He still had the youthful appearance of a 20-year-old. He was wearing a black robe, and his handsome face was filled with an iron-blooded coldness. His expression was calm, and he didn't smile much. Chapter 2876. Greetings to the Emperor. The Hall Lords and Vice-Hall Lords gathered there all bowed towards the Darkstar Emperor. In order to not vomit, Jianchen, who was disguised as Kuan Tian, could only follow suit. The Darkstar Emperor said nothing. His handsome face was emotionless. He glanced past everyone coldly before locking onto Jianchen in the end. Moreover, his current presence was even greater than when Jianchen sensed it in the Darkstar world. It was even more powerful. This was because the Darkstar Emperor's strength had been suppressed in the Two-World Mountain, so he was unable to unleash his full strength. Now that he had left the mountain, he naturally displayed his full strength. The presence he gave off right now was so powerful that Jianchen felt that it was even greater than some first heavenly layer chaotic primes who had just broken through in the Saints' world. The Darkstar Emperor really is a prodigy to be able to attain such terrifying strength as a 9th heavenly layer infinite prime, Jianchen thought. His understanding of the Darkstar Emperor before had always been limited to the rumors. Now that he had personally witnessed the Darkstar Emperor, he discovered that the Darkstar Emperor was actually 30% more powerful than he had imagined. He even suspected that the Darkstar Emperor could take on second heavenly layer chaotic primes after some difficulty. Even if he was in peak condition, he would not be the Dark Star Emperor's opponent. Emperor, where's Hall Lord Sin Ran? Why don't I see him? Is Hall Lord Sin Ran still trapped in the Two-World Mountain? A Vice Hall Master of the 8th Hall looked around and realized that only his Hall Master was missing. He immediately revealed a look of anxiety. The other Hall Lords clearly discovered Sin Ran's absence as well, which immediately caused the expressions of many people to change. They suddenly felt an ill omen. Everyone, go to the Dark Star Divine Hall. The Dark Star Emperor withdrew his gaze from Jianshin and left with that emotionlessly. With a single step, he appeared 1,000 kilometers away, returning to the royal capital of the Dark Star race. Seeing that Dark Star the Great didn't ask about the situation of the 8th Hall Master, Sen, the other Hall Masters and Deputy Hall Masters couldn't help but exchange glances. They already had a bad feeling in their hearts when they didn't see Sen come out of Two-World Mountain. At this moment, Dark Star the Great's attitude undoubtedly made the bad feeling in their hearts even stronger. This was especially true for the two deputy leaders of the 8th Palace. Their faces had become extremely ugly, and they hurried towards the imperial city with uneasy hearts. Afterwards, the several dozen primordial realm experts from the 10 divine halls all took off as well. They split into different groups and flew towards the royal capital. Along the way, all the Hall Masters were asking Jianshin about Sun, the 8th Hall Master, and the changes in Two-World Mountain during this time. Jianshin had already expected them to ask this, so he repeated what he had said when he saw endless battle a few times. The Hall Masters all fell silent after hearing that. The situation might not be as bad as everyone imagines it to be. Sun Ran might have left Two-World Mountain long ago. If he's not in Two-World Mountain, we naturally won't be able to find him. Feng Shui said gently. She refused to believe that Sun Ran was dead. After all, not only was he a primordial realm expert, but he was also a Hall Master. The death of any one of the Hall Masters of the 10 Divine Halls was a shocking matter for the Dark Star race. Let alone a Hall Master, even the death of a Deputy Hall Master was enough to shake up the entire race. This was because there were no battles in the Dark Star world. The only conflicts that could result in bloodshed were caused by cultivators from other worlds. As a result, the deaths of Divine King Realm experts were extremely common in the Dark Star race. However, the deaths of Primordial Realm experts were extremely rare throughout history. The 10 Divine Halls hovered high above the imperial capital of the Dark Star race. They represented the supreme authority of the Dark Star race. Above the 10 Divine Halls was a palace that seemed to look down on the world. It stood there proudly as if it was looking down on everyone else. Even the 10 Divine Halls that represented the highest authority in the Dark Star race had been trampled on viciously. This palace was the most sacred place of the Dark Star race, the Dark Star Divine Hall. In the eyes of cultivators from other worlds, it was the imperial palace of the Dark Star race, the residence of the Emperor. However, it was the spiritual pillar of the entire race, the home of the souls of the entire race. It was named after the entire race, the Dark Star Divine Hall. At this moment, all the Hall Masters and Vice Hall Masters of the 10 Divine Halls had gathered in the Dark Star Divine Hall that was above the 10 Divine Halls. They all sat in their respective positions. In this grand hall, there were more than 40 seats arranged in order. Apart from 6 seats that were empty, the rest of the seats were already filled. There were no labels or names on the seats, but the seats of every Hall Master and Vice Hall Master were fixed. If it were not for Dou Wujin, Bing Yuan, and Ta Luo, Jianshin would not have known where Kuan Tian's seat was. Jianshin sat on the seat and glanced past the 6 empty seats casually. He could roughly guess who the 6 seats belonged to. Apart from the seat at the very front that belonged to Sin Ran, the 5 empty seats behind him should belong to the 5 other Primordial Realm experts of the Dark Star race. The 5 Primordial Realm experts did not hold positions in any of the 10 Divine Halls. Instead, they were city lords of 5 of the 36 cities of the Dark Star race. The Dark Star Emperor sat on the throne at the very front of the hall. He stared at Jianchen emotionlessly and asked with a voice that was filled with pressure and authority, "Kuan Tian, why have you entered the Two-World Mountain? Even if you've lost your memories and forgotten the dangers of the Two-World Mountain, haven't the 3 Vice Hall Masters of the 5th Hall told you about it?" The Dark Star Emperor's voice was extremely stern. A few Hall Masters and Vice Hall Masters who were familiar with the Dark Star Emperor's personality could even tell that the Dark Star Emperor's stern voice was filled with fury. It was not an exaggeration to describe his fury as surging. Bingyuan, Taluo, and Dou Wujin's expressions changed. They looked at each other as they became rather uneasy. They could clearly sense that the Dark Star Emperor was currently in a state of fury that he rarely experienced. "Your Majesty, the reason why I took the risk to enter the Two-World Mountain was because I obtained some memory fragments of a star beast by coincidence in the land of soul destruction. Even though the memory fragments were incomplete, the information within pointed towards the depths of the Two-World Mountain. I entered the Two-World Mountain to search for the memories of the star beast," said Jianchen. "Then what about Sun Ran? Did he enter the Two-World Mountain with you to search for the memories of the Star Beast as well?" The Dark Star Emperor continued to ask. His voice was rather stern. Chapter 2877. The Dark Star Emperor fell silent. Only after a while did he continue, "Kuan Tian, tell me everything that happened after Sen's presence leaked out." "Yes, Emperor." Jianchen paused. Reminiscence filled his eyes, as if he was thinking about everything that had happened a few days ago. Afterwards, he said slowly, "Only after Sen's presence leaked out did I learn that he had actually come to the depths of Two-World Mountain. However, I was extremely far away from Sun Ran back then, so I had no idea what exactly happened. I only knew that there were ripples of energy from a battle in Sun Ran's direction. At that time, I guessed that Sun Ran was in trouble and wanted to help him. However, when his aura leaked out, it had already alerted all the Domain Lord level life-sucking beasts in the Two-World Mountain. Dozens of Domain Lord level life-sucking beasts surrounded Sun Ran from all directions. There were even some life-sucking beasts whose auras were so strong that even I felt scared. Under such circumstances, I naturally didn't dare to go to Sun Ran's side. The only thing I could do was hide carefully and avoid being discovered by the life-devouring beast. I have no idea what happened to Sun Ran after that. All I know is that not long after, the rampaging Domain Lord level life-sucking beasts in Two-World Mountain calmed down and returned to their own places. As for me, I continued to explore Two-World Mountain through the clues left behind in the incomplete memories of the star beasts," Jianchen said tirelessly as he thought back to the past. His expression remained the same as before, and he was calm inside. He did not reveal any lies at all. No one would have thought that he had made up a story after hearing that. "Emperor, may I ask if you have any clues about our leader?" A vice-leader of the 8th Hall stood up. He was worried and concerned. The Dark Star Emperor said nothing. He only flicked his finger, and a space ring immediately flew into the air. Under the support of an invisible force, it hovered in the air. The expressions of all the Primordial Realm experts gathered in the Dark Star Divine Hall changed drastically when they saw the space ring. At that moment, all of their eyes widened as they stared at the space ring in the air. Their hearts churned. This was because they were not unfamiliar with this spatial ring. It was the one that Sun Ran wore on his finger. The space ring had always been inseparable from its owner. Now that the 8th Hall Master was nowhere to be found, the space ring that he had worn for countless years had appeared here. Everyone was well aware of what this meant. "Palace Master!" The 2 Vice Palace Masters of the 8th Palace cried out in grief. They stared blankly at the space ring that belonged to awe-inspiring. It was hard for them to accept such an outcome. Many of the Hall Masters in the 10 sacred halls sighed inside. They felt very bitter inside. A Hall Master had actually died. This had not happened in the history of the Dark Star race for tens of thousands of years. This was an earth-shaking matter to the Dark Star race. It was something that could cause the entire race to mourn. The Dark Star Emperor was emotionless. It was impossible to tell what he was feeling. After a moment of silence, he continued to ask Jianchen, Kuan Tian, since you've explored the depths of the Two-World Mountain for so long under the guidance of the Starbeast's memories, have you gained anything? I've gained something. I found an extremely small world in the depths of the Two-World Mountain with the guidance of the Starbeast's memories. I obtained a small strand of energy that was extremely likely left behind by the Starbeast as well as some incomplete memories, said Jianchen. What? Kuan Tian, you've actually obtained a strand of energy left behind by the Starbeast? Is that true? The 10th Hall Master, Feng Shui, immediately beamed with joy when she heard that. She asked urgently. The other leaders and Vice Palace Masters temporarily forgot about Sun Rant's death. They all looked at Jianchen with envy and jealousy. The Dark Star race had quite a lot of records regarding the Starbeast. It was a terrifying beast that had reached the 9th heavenly layer of Grand Prime. Its strength was unimaginable to the current Dark Star race. It was possible to imagine how powerful the energy it had left behind was. At that moment, the eyes of many leaders and vice leaders became rather envious. Even if it was just a tiny strand of energy left behind by the Starbeast, it was enough to change the fate of people at their level. Even a gleam of light flashed through the Dark Star Emperor's eyes. As for why the Starbeasts would appear in the depths of the Two-World Mountain, they no longer bothered to think about it. The Starbeasts were at a much higher level than they could comprehend. As a result, as long as it was related to the Starbeast, they would not have any reason to doubt it no matter how unreasonable or incomprehensible it was. Their horizons and knowledge were far from reaching such heights. Noticing everyone's burning gazes, Jianchen shook his head with a bitter smile. He said, "There's no need to look at me like that. I'm not sure whether the energy left behind in the miniature world came from the Starbeast or not because the energy is extremely tiny. It can't even allow me to increase my cultivation by a single level. Haven't you realized that I'm still at the 6th heavenly layer?" Everyone sensed carefully, and the burning light in their eyes immediately vanished. Clearly, they could sense that Kuan Tian's cultivation was still at the 6th heavenly layer. A fortuitous encounter that could not even allow him to break through by a minor level, even if it came from the Starbeast, greatly reduced the interest of the leaders. Clearly, Feng Shui was disappointed as well. Jiadi's heart had indeed tightened when he heard that Kuan Tian had obtained the power left behind by a Starbeast. However, when he saw that Kuan Tian was still at the 6th heavenly layer, Jiadi immediately let out a great sigh of relief. At this moment Jianchen continued, "However, there's something I don't understand. In the memories of the Starbeast I obtained from the miniature world in the Two-World Mountain, there are memories of the Divine King Grass." Divine King Grass? Go on. The Dark Star Emperor frowned. The Dark Star clan had studied the Divine King Grass for countless years, but the results of their research were nowhere near as useful as the Divine King Grass to the cultivators of the outside world. Chapter 2878. When the leaders heard what Jianchen said, their eyes immediately lit up slightly. However, that was all. If they only found a way to use the energy within the Divine King Grass, it would be useless to infinite primes like them. However, it would indeed be of great help to those below the primordial realm. At the very least, it would prevent the Divine King Grass from becoming useless trash in their hands. This was because what restricted their breakthroughs was not energy but their comprehension of the ways of the world. The remnant will of the Grand Exalt of the Wood Spirit had affected the laws of the world to a certain extent in the region where the Dark Star race resided. Or perhaps it had set down new laws, which suppressed the Dark Star race and made it difficult for them to comprehend the laws of the world. However, their absorption of energy was not affected at all. Kuan Tian, you must know that the Divine King Grass is truly useful to us. It's not the energy within the Divine King Grass, but the fragments of laws within it. Have you obtained the method to absorb the fragments of laws from the astral beast's memories? Feng Shui asked. She stared at Jianchen as the light in her eyes flickered with eagerness. With that, all the other leaders and vice-leaders looked at Jianchen. Their eyes were burning with eagerness. All of them could vaguely sense the laws within the high-quality divine king grass. However, after all these years, there were only a handful of people who could truly benefit from the divine king grass. Even if they did, the effects would be minimal, unable to increase their strength by much. In the end, the high-quality divine king grass had basically become useless trash among the Darkstar race. It was tasteless, but it was a pity to throw it away. Only in the hands of cultivators from the outside world would it be useful. If the method Kuan Tian obtained from the astral beast's memories really could develop the high-quality divine king grass so that they could absorb the fragments of laws within it, it would be a matter of great joy to them. No, to the entire Darkstar race. Even though they would not be able to break through the suppression of the Grand Exalt of the Wood Spirit race, preventing them from reaching Chaotic Prime, it would make it easier for them to break through the 9 layers of infinite primes. As a result, Feng Shui's question immediately ignited the desire of all the primordial realm experts in the Divine Hall. Their eyes all burned with desire. Now that the matter had reached this point, the atmosphere in the hall due to Sen's death had been diluted. Before their own interests, the various hall lords and vice-hall lords all chose to temporarily forget about Sen's death. All they could think about was how they could increase their strength quickly. Jianchen smiled confidently. Since I've taken the initiative to talk about the Divine King Grass, it'll obviously be useful to us. Hall Lord Feng Shui is right. I have indeed obtained a method from the astral beast's incomplete memories that can allow us to comprehend the power of laws within the Divine King Grass successfully. However, the memories are incomplete, so I still need to explore and study them. Kuan Tian, is what you said true? Kuan Tian, please don't lie to us. If you really can do it, you'll be a great contributor to our Darkstar race. With that, the Darkstar Divine Hall immediately erupted into an uproar. All the Hall Lords and Vice-Hall Lords present struggled to remain calm. They all ravished with joy. Even the Darkstar Emperor's eyes shone brightly. A sliver of yearning appeared on his face. He had thought even further. The Darkstar race was about to hold a great ceremony. Once the ceremony succeeded, the Darkstar race would be able to break through the curse that prevented them from becoming chaotic primes. Once he became a chaotic prime, his cultivation would definitely skyrocket with Kuan Tian's method. He would be able to reach the 9th heavenly layer of chaotic prime very soon. Once he became a 9th heavenly layer chaotic prime, his abilities would become even more numerous. At that time, he would be able to grasp all the ancient forbidden techniques that he could not practice due to his insufficient cultivation. As his cultivation increased, he might even be able to use his own power to guide the remaining power of the Darkstar Grand Exalt to directly resist the will of the Wood Spirit Grand Exalt. At that time, it would only be a matter of time before the Darkstar race broke free. Currently, he needed to reach the 9th heavenly layer of chaotic prime for all of this. Kuan Tian, how much Divine King's Grass do you need for your research? The Darkstar Emperor asked. He did not doubt Kuan Tian at all, as the Darkstar race had been at peace for far too long. It had been so long that even an emperor like him had given up on all his suspicions and vigilance. Of course, the most important reason was that none of them would have thought that the Kuan Tian they knew had already been replaced by someone else. I need a lot, and it's best if it's high-quality Divine King's Grass. If I use low quality and medium quality, the effects will be minimal, said Jianchen. All right then. Since you've grasped the method from the astral beast's memories, you need to do everything you can to complete it. Do not slack off at all. The other 9 divine halls need to cooperate fully with Kuan Tian, the Darkstar Emperor ordered. The Darkstar Great Emperor had ordered the other 9 sacred halls to cooperate fully. Naturally, he meant that they would do everything they could to provide what they needed. This was because every single one of the 10 divine halls possessed quite a lot of high-quality divine king's grass. Yes, Emperor. The 8 hall masters all answered. They were extremely straightforward, and did not show any dissatisfaction at all. High-quality divine king's grass was not particularly rare among the Darkstar race. Moreover, they were unable to unleash its effects even if they obtained it. If Koan really did come up with a method to comprehend the laws within, it would be a fortuitous encounter that could allow their strength to skyrocket. Jianshan was overjoyed when he saw how the matter progressed so smoothly. Originally, he had only come up with the idea of obtaining the astral beast's memories from the depths of Two-World Mountain, but he had never thought that all the primordial realm experts of the Darkstar race would firmly believe him. Instead, they agreed to help him so easily. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. However, as soon as he thought about the limited value of high-quality divine king's grass in the Darkstar race, Jianshan understood. Perhaps the reason why they agreed so straightforwardly without any hesitation was because divine king's grass was basically worthless in the eyes of these hall masters. In the end, the sorrow and heaviness from Sen's death was easily washed away by Jianshan's use of the divine king's grass. Jianshan returned to the 5th hall after leaving the Darkstar Divine Hall. He sat on the throne as the hall master composedly. Do Wujin, Taro, and Bingyuan stood side by side below him as they reported what had happened in the past few days. Chapter 2879. Jianshan waved his hand and the scarlet glazed fruit flew into his hand. Perhaps it was the only god-tier heavenly resource that had been brought in from the outside world in countless years. He could not help but smile meaningfully. Palace Master, please consume the scarlet glazed fruit quickly. This fruit might be able to restore the Palace Master's lost memories, Bingyuan said immediately. Bingyuan said, restoring the memory of the Palace Master was an extremely important task for the current 5th palace. However, Jianshan had no intention of consuming the scarlet glazed fruit. He played around with the fruit in his hand as he slowly said, it is indeed a god-tier heavenly resource. The cultivators from the outside world in the 100 Holy City have not disappointed me. They actually have the means to break through the rules of Grand Exalts and send a god-tier heavenly resource into the Darkstar world. Palace Master, you may not know this, but this scarlet glazed fruit was not sent to our Darkstar world when it was at the god tier. When it arrived in our Darkstar world, it had not reached the god tier yet. Instead, it was a clan called the Celestial Thunder Clan from the 100 Holy City that used jades containing the laws of time to nurture the scarlet glazed fruit to the god tier, Bingyuan explained. Jades containing the laws of time? Jianshan murmured. A sliver of interest appeared in his eyes as he said, a crystal of the laws of time that can nurture a heavenly resource to the god tier in a short amount of time without being restricted by the passageway between the two worlds? It seems that I will need to personally make a trip to the 100 Holy City. Palace Master, although the jades are miraculous, I don't think the cultivators from the outside world have many of them. Bingyuan clasped his hands. He had been to the 100 Holy City before. When the Celestial Thunder Clan took out the jades that contained the Time Seed, he could tell from the expressions of the several dozen representatives that only the Celestial Thunder Clan could take out such jade. Moreover, the amount they could take out was clearly not a lot. If the Palace Master wanted to obtain such a large amount of jades, it was basically impossible. However, before Bingyuan could finish his words, Jianshan raised his hand to stop him. We have never come into contact with the top families of the outside world. As for how deep the foundations of those top families are, we can only hear bits and pieces of information from some low-level cultivators. Since we don't know much about them, we shouldn't jump to conclusions so easily. Palace Master is right, it is Bingyuan who is too ignorant. Bingyuan was ashamed. Jianshan was about to continue speaking when his expression suddenly changed. He stopped talking and looked at the entrance of the temple. A few breaths later, a graceful figure slowly walked into the 5th Divine Hall. The person who had come was the 10th Hall Master, Feng Shui. Even though she looked like a middle-aged woman in her 40s, she still retained her charm. Not only did she retain her youthful beauty, but she also had a seductive charm that could cause many men to do primitive and impulsive acts in front of her. Kuan Tian, have you not recovered your memories from the trip to the Two-World Mountain? Feng Shui asked. She looked at Jianchen with a complicated and disappointed look. From Jianchen's expression and eyes, she could clearly see that Kuan Tian still did not remember her, nor did he remember the past. Jianchen shook his head. Welcome, Hall Master Feng Shui. May I ask how Kuan Tian can be of service to you? Feng Shui stared at the familiar yet unfamiliar Kuan Tian, sitting on the throne. In the depths of her eyes there was a deep affection that she hid. Kuan Tian, do you really have a way to make the power of laws contained in the superior divine king grass work on us? I'm not very confident, and I can't give you a guarantee now because my memories are incomplete. I have not inherited some key details. Everything still needs to be experimented and explored, Jianchen answered. I heard that you need a large amount of superior divine king grass for your experiment. Is the stockpile of your 5th hall not enough? Feng Shui asked. The light in Jianchen's eyes flickered and he shook his head gently. It's not enough. It's nowhere near enough. With a flip of her hand, a space ring silently appeared in her hand. She directly tossed it to Jianchen and said, This is all the superior divine king grass that my 10th hall has accumulated over the years. There are over 28,000 stalks. I'll give them all to you now. Jianchen caught the space ring that Feng Shui tossed to him. He remained calm on the surface, but he was extremely excited inside. 28,000 stalks of superior divine king grass was enough to create 28,000 divine king realm experts in an extremely short amount of time in his hands. Moreover, they would be complete divine king realm experts, unlike the fake divine king realm experts that the organizations in the 100 Saints city could nurture using the 100 Calamity divine king pill. They would only have a lifespan of 100 years, and they would only be at divine king realm. He had already taken away all the stock of superior divine king grass in the 5th divine hall. There were over 30,000 stalks of superior divine king grass. Now that he had over 28,000 stalks from Feng Shui, he possessed a terrifying amount of 60,000 stalks of superior divine king grass. This was equivalent to 60,000 divine king realm experts. If this number was placed in the saints' world, it would be an extremely terrifying number. Across the 49 great planes and 81 great planets of the saints' world, there was not a single peak organization that possessed such a terrifying number of divine king realm experts. Jianchen sucked in a deep breath and clasped his fist towards Feng Shui in gratitude. Feng Shui did not stay for long either. She left after delivering the superior divine king grass. However, the number of people who had come to visit the 5th divine hall today was far less than Feng Shui alone. Soon after Feng Shui left, the hall master of the 2nd divine hall, Anna, arrived as well. Kuan Tian, how confident are you in obtaining the superior divine king grass that you mentioned in the Dark Star divine hall? After a simple exchange of greetings, Anna asked eagerly. He stared at Jianchen closely, clearly showing his interest in this matter. I can't say how confident I am right now because I'm missing a few crucial details from my memories. However, I can perfect it through constant experimentation, said Jianchen. Anna fell into a short period of silence. The light in his eyes flickered, and after a while of hesitation, he said, Kuan Tian, can you announce the method so that our 2nd divine hall, 8th divine hall, and 10th divine hall can research it together? I think with our combined strength, we'll definitely be able to make a major breakthrough in a short period of time. Our 4 divine halls have always been on the same side. We've always been at a disadvantage against the 3rd, 4th, 6th, 7th, and 9th divine halls. Coupled with Sen's death, the 8th divine hall's strength has plummeted. it'll be even more difficult for our 4 divine halls to fend off the other 5 divine halls now. If we can use the superior divine king grass to increase our strength in a short period of time, it'll be the only way for us to make up for our disadvantage. Jianshan remained composed. He said steadily, I've thought of this method before, but it was difficult to achieve in the end. Why is that? Second Palace Master Anna asked in confusion. Because the memories I obtained from the Star Beast are incomplete. I can understand some things, but I can't describe them in words. As a result, I'm the only one who can experiment with the Divine King Grass right now. Jianshan paused. Furthermore, I believe that if we can really use the laws within the Divine King Grass, it'll no longer be a matter for our 4 divine halls. It can't be monopolized by our 4 divine halls because it's already at a level where it can affect our entire race. If we dare to keep it for ourselves, the Emperor will probably be the first to come after us. Chapter 2880. Anna had left the 5th hall. However, his visit to the 5th hall this time was clearly only one of the reasons why he wanted to see if he could learn how to use the Divine King Grass from Jianshan. The other reason was obviously to carry out the Darkstar Emperor's orders, which was to provide Jianshan with everything he needed so that he could figure out how to comprehend the laws within the Divine King Grass in the shortest amount of time possible. As a result, when he left the 5th hall, he left all the high-quality Divine King Grass the 2nd Divine Hall had stored up in the past few years to Jianshan. There were close to 30,000 stalks in total. The 5th Divine Hall had originally stored over 30,000 stalks of Divine King Grass. Afterwards, Feng Shui gave over 28,000 stalks of high-quality Divine King Grass from the 10th Hall to Jianshan. Coupled with the 30,000 stalks from the 2nd Hall Master, Jianshan possessed a total of 90,000 stalks of high-quality Divine King Grass. If the organizations in the 100 Saints City learned about this, who knew how frightened they would be? Moreover, this was not the low-quality Divine King Grass that the people of the 100 Saints City came into contact with. It was high quality. The organizations in the 100 Saints City still had no idea about the existence of high-quality Divine King Grass. They did not even know that Divine King Grass was split into high, medium, and low quality among the Darkstar race. Jianshan clenched the space ring that an urna had left behind tightly as he sat on the throne. He struggled to remain calm as he stared at the 30,000 jade boxes that were neatly stacked inside. Only after a while did he take in a deep breath. He slowly calmed himself down. His gaze seemed to pierce through the obstructions of the 5th Divine Hall. He looked at the other 7 of the 10 Divine Halls of the Darkstar race. A strange light flickered in his eyes. I never thought that I would be able to obtain 90,000 stalks of high-quality Divine King Grass so easily. This is something that people would fight to the death over in the Saints' world. And this is just the stock of the 2nd, 5th, and 10th temples. If my calculations are correct, each of the other 7 temples should have at least 20,000 to 30,000 in stock. Jianshan thought to himself. The memories of the astral beast he had obtained in Two World Mountain were fake. The fact that he could use the Divine King Grass to comprehend the law fragments within was also fake. His purpose in doing so was to collect as many high-quality Divine King Grass as possible. Then, he could use these high-quality Divine King Grass to cultivate more Divine King Realm experts. Dou Wujin, Ta Luo, Bingyuan, the 3 of you will personally go to the remaining 7 sacred temples and tell them that this temple master needs a large amount of high-grade Divine King Grass. Ask them to provide it, Jianshan said to the 3 vice-temple masters. Yes, temple master. Dou Wujin, Ta Luo, and Bingyuan accepted the order and were about to leave. Wait, you have to stress that this matter concerns the future of all the temple masters and vice-temple masters of our 10 great temples. At the same time, it affects the fate of the entire race. Tell them to pay attention to this matter. Jianshan added. He thought about how there were many open and covert conflicts between the 10 divine halls in the Darkstar race. The faction that the fifth temple master belonged to had clashed with the other 5 divine halls aside from the first temple master for many years. This was to prevent the other 5 divine halls from becoming cautious or disobeying the Darkstar Emperor's orders, which was why he had given them such an order. This was because he was trying to elevate the importance of the divine king grass to an extremely high level. Once it reached a level where it could affect the fate and future of the entire race, the various conflicts between the 10 divine halls would become insignificant. At the same time, he made it clear that this matter was related to the future of all the hall masters and vice-hall masters of the 10 divine halls. He tied the 10 divine halls together, clearly hinting to the opposing camp that if he succeeded, he would naturally not forget about everyone. In order to obtain as much divine king grass as possible, Jianshan had indeed put in a lot of effort. After Dowujin, Ta Luo, and Bingyuan accepted the order, they immediately visited the other 7 divine halls in person as vice-temple masters and passed on Jianshan's words without missing a word. Of the 7 divine halls, the 8th divine hall, which was under Sen's jurisdiction, agreed the most readily. This was because they were on the same side as the 5th temple, the 2nd temple, and the 4th temple. Due to Sen's death, the 8th divine hall was temporarily without a leader. As a result, after Bingyuan's visit, the only 2 vice-temple masters of the 8th divine hall took matters into their own hands and handed over all the divine king grass of the 8th divine hall to the 5th temple. In total, there were more than 20,000 stalks. In the 7th divine hall, Jia Di sat on his throne with an ugly expression. He stared coldly at Dowujin's gradually receding figure, but his heart was heavy. The 3 vice-temple masters of the 7th temple were also not very happy. They stood below with complicated expressions, mixed with envy, jealousy, and intense unwillingness. After a long while, Vice-Temple Master De Fu sighed deeply and said, Kuan Tian's luck is enviable. He actually received the Star Beast's favor twice in succession and obtained its memories. The first time, not only did he successfully step into the 6th heavenly layer, but his battle prowess also increased to a terrifying level. He clearly just broke through not long ago, but it seems like he broke through many years ago. And the second time, it's even more incredible. He actually obtained some memories that can allow him to comprehend the law fragments within the Divine King Grass. If he can perfect them, enough. Before De Fu could finish, Jia Di roared angrily, rudely interrupting De Fu. He roared, "Don't mention the Star Beast in front of me. Don't mention the Divine King Grass in front of me." De Fu immediately stopped talking. He and the other 2 Vice-Temple Masters looked at each other and saw a deep sense of helplessness in each other's eyes. The strength that Kuan Tian had displayed in his battle with Jia Di had already made them wary. He had only just reached the 6th heavenly layer, but he could already fight Jia Di, who had stepped into the 6th heavenly layer for many years, to such an extent. If Kuan Tian reached the peak of the 6th heavenly layer, who knew how powerful he would be? At that time, it would be hard to say whether their temple master could suppress him as much as before. Now, he had even grasped the method to use the Divine King Grass. If he really succeeded in discovering the method, what right did the 7th temple have to contend against the 5th temple? Even if the 5th temple announced the method to use the Divine King Grass, the 7th temple could forget about defeating the 5th temple. Go, take 5,000 stalks of high-quality Divine King Grass and send them to the 5th temple. After a long period of silence in the imposing 7th hall, Jia Di finally gave the order after a fierce struggle in his mind. But as soon as she finished speaking, Jia Di seemed to have lost all her strength and collapsed on the throne. He did not care about the Divine King Grass. It was not particularly precious among the Dark Star race either. What truly made Jia Di feel powerless was the future of the 7th temple. He knew that the rise of the 5th temple was probably unstoppable. Chapter 2881. The 10 Dark Star sacred halls were not ranked according to their rankings. The higher-ranked sacred halls were not necessarily stronger. Take the 5th and 7th sacred halls for example. Even though the 5th sacred hall was ranked higher than the 7th sacred hall, the 5th sacred hall had been suppressed by the 7th sacred hall for countless years. Of course, there was an exception to this, and that was the first divine palace. The first divine hall truly ranked first among the 10 divine halls of the Darkstar race, because the hall master of the first divine hall was the only 7th heavenly layer infinite prime in the Darkstar race. The 7th heavenly layer was equivalent to late infinite prime. Although it was only a minor cultivation level higher than the 6th heavenly layer, there was indeed a huge difference between the 6th and 7th heavenly layers. The leader of the first divine hall was an expert only second to the Darkstar Emperor in the Darkstar race. This was because the Darkstar race did not have an 8th heavenly layer expert. Aside from the Darkstar Emperor, who was at the 9th heavenly layer, the second strongest expert was the leader of the first divine hall, who was at the 7th heavenly layer. The remaining 9 hall masters were all at the 5th or 6th heavenly layer. At this moment, in the first divine hall, a gray-clothed old man sat on the palace master's throne. Even though he was sitting, it was not difficult to tell that he was an extremely short person from his rather small figure. Moreover, he was extremely old. The wrinkles on his face had already gathered into a clump. His withered gray-white hair seemed to have lost enough life force, falling off in large patches. It was as if his head was already half-bald, revealing a large portion of his mirror-like shiny scalp. The old man was the leader of the first divine hall, Qiu Changxing. Below Qiu Changxing stood 4 primordial realm expert. 3 of them were the 3 vice leaders of the first divine hall, while the last one was the vice leader of the 5th divine hall, Dou Wujin. According to old man's knowledge, the 2nd and 4th halls have already given all the high-quality divine king's grass to your 5th hall. Combined with your own stock, you have close to 100,000 high-quality divine king's grass in your possession right now. Is that not enough for your 5th hall master's research? His old voice was extremely hoarse, and he seemed to be powerless. That's right, said the leader of the first hall who sat on the throne. The leader of the longevity hall must have already learnt that the astral beast's memories our leader inherited are incomplete. In order to make up for the missing information, we'll naturally need to conduct tremendous amounts of research, and the consumption of high-quality divine king's grass during the research will definitely reach an astonishing level. Even all the high-quality divine king's grass stored up by our 10 divine halls won't be enough. Otherwise, our leader wouldn't have ordered us to visit you, said Dou Wujin. Clearly, he felt respect for the first hall master from the bottom of his heart, so he lowered himself extremely. Whatever. It's Koan Tian's fault for obtaining such a fortuitous encounter in the Two-World Mountain. The method he has grasped now is directly related to the future of all the primordial realm experts of our clan. Before something so important, the only thing we can do is cooperate with him as much as we can. I hope Koan Tian can make up for the missing part of the method. Dou Wujin, you can return first. Old man will send people to deliver what Koan Tian needs later, said Qiu Changxing. Leader of the longevity hall, I'll be taking my leave first then. Dou Wujin bowed deeply towards the first hall master before leaving the first divine hall. Xing Fu, go collect all the high-quality divine king's grass stored up by our hall, Qiu Changxing immediately said to one of the vice leaders below after Dou Wujin had left. The vice leader called Xing Fu took a step forward and bowed. Leader, our hall has 43,000 stalks of high-quality divine king's grass stored up. May I ask how many we need? Send them all to the 5th hall. Qiu Changxing waved his hand and said powerlessly. All of them? Leader, it seems like the high-quality divine king's grass will be of great use in the future. Are we really going to give them all to the 5th hall? Why don't we send some over and keep some for ourselves? Asked the buff cautiously. There's no need. The high-quality divine king's grass is useless to us. After all, we've tried many times over the years, but we can't use the law fragments inside to improve our strength. It's better to give them all to Koan Tian. Hopefully, he'll be able to make up for the missing part of the method soon. Whether the high-quality Divine King's grass will become a hot commodity in our clan or remain as useless as before, it all depends on Kuan-Tian. Over the past few days, the high-quality Divine King's grass from the 10 great temples had constantly fallen into Jianshan's hands. In the end, Jianshan easily had more than 100,000 stalks of Divine King's grass in his possession. The first hall had given him the most Divine King's grass, 43,000 stalks, while the 8th hall had given him 30,000 stalks of Divine King's grass. The 3rd, 4th, 6th, 7th, and 9th halls had always been at odds with the 5th hall, so they had given him the least Divine King's grass. Even with the 5 halls combined, they had only received around 30,000 stalks. Now, the number of high-quality Divine King's grass in Jianshan's space ring had reached a total of 190,000 stalks. Faced with such a large number of high-quality Divine King's grass, Jianshan's initial excitement and joy gradually turned into numbness. Indeed, he had become completely numb. Even if the amount of Divine King's grass in his hands multiplied again, it would still be very difficult to stir up his emotions. This was because once the amount reached a certain level, it would become a mere number. Of course, after receiving so much high-quality Divine King's grass from the 10 halls, Jianshan knew that he had to do something no matter what. What he did was very simple. He locked himself in a secret room and put on an act of taking out some high-quality Divine King's grass to study. Of course, this research would not yield any result. It might not even be effective. However, a large number of damaged Divine King's grass would be thrown out of the secret room every day. Jianshan had even painfully taken out over 1,000 stalks of Divine King's grass to destroy them every day in order to prove how quickly he consumed the Divine King's grass during his research. The damaged Divine King's grass was naturally handed over to Bing Yuan and the other 2 Vice Hall masters to deal with. Jianshan's idea was very simple. He wanted to empty the stores of the 5 opposing halls. He estimated that there were at least 70 to 80,000 stalks of Divine King's grass in the 5 opposing hall stores, or even more. At the same time, it would serve as a distraction and reduce the suspicions of others. Otherwise, it would be strange if he did nothing after collecting so much high-quality Divine King's grass. The news of him consuming over 1,000 stalks of high-grade God King grass in a single day naturally reached the people of the other 9 divine halls as soon as possible. Very soon, it reached the 8 hall masters, which immediately left them speechless. At the same time, it made them even more convinced that Kuan-Tian had obtained the fragmented memories of the Star Beast in Two-World Mountain, especially the information about the high-quality Divine King's grass in the fragmented memories. Jianshan stayed in the secret room for 3 days before coming out. The first thing he did when he came out was to summon the 3 Vice Hall Masters and directly ordered, "After 3 days of research, I've made new discoveries." The fragments of laws in the high-quality Divine King's grass were bestowed by the power of the ancestors after they fell. Therefore, in order to awaken the silent fragments of laws in the high-quality Divine King's grass, I'm afraid we'll need something with the aura of the ancestors. I've thought about it for a long time. I'm afraid there's nothing more suitable than the sacred land of the ancestors. Do Wujin, Ta Luo, the 2 of you immediately go to the remaining 9 halls and tell them that I need the sacred land of the ancestors. Hall Master, the 5th hall still has some of the sacred land of the ancestors in storage. It was originally reserved for future exchanges with the warriors of the outside world. If you need it, I'll go get it for you, Do Wujin said. Chapter 2882. Yes, Temple Master. We'll inform the 9 great temples right away. They didn't dare disobey the Temple Master's orders, so Do Wujin and Ta Luo had no choice but to take their leave. The 2 of them then set off to visit the 9 great temples again. Bing Yuan, how much of the ancestral sacred land does our 5th hall have? Jianshan asked Bing Yuan after Ta Luo and Do Wujin left. Temple Master, Our fifth hall currently has about 1.5 caddies of ancestral sacred land. Bingyuan cupped his fist. Only 1.5 caddies? Why is it so little? Jianchen frowned. Compared to the high-grade divine king grass, the ancestral sacred land was pitifully small. Temple Master, I'm afraid you don't remember. The ancestral sacred land is different from the divine king grass. In our clan, the various grades of divine king grass can grow endlessly. Every 100 years we can produce quite a bit. In addition, the high-grade divine king grass is almost useless to our clan, so over the years, we've naturally accumulated a lot of high-grade divine king grass. Not only is the ancestral sacred land rarer than the divine king grass, but it also takes a very long time to form. In addition, the most important reason is that the ancestral sacred land is extremely valuable in the eyes of cultivators from the outer realms. Once our clan sells the ancestral sacred land, the cultivators from the outer realms will often offer an extremely high price. They will fight over the ancestral sacred land until their heads bleed. Therefore, our clan will take out a portion of the ancestral sacred land to trade with the cultivators from the outer realms every once in a while in exchange for what our clan need. As a result, our 10 great temples don't have too much of the ancestral sacred land stored away. Bingyuan patiently explained to Jianchen. After all, the temple master before him was still in a state of amnesia. He had completely forgotten everything that had happened in the past. Without waiting for Jianchen to speak, Bingyuan took the initiative to retrieve all the ancestral sacred land stored in the treasury and respectfully presented it to Jianchen. The ancestral sacred land was placed in a high-grade jade box, isolating all of its aura. It was impossible to sense any aura from the outside. Jianchen gently opened the jade box. As soon as he opened it, a small crack, a surge of vital energy immediately poured out of the jade box. This pure vital energy gathered together and formed a dazzling bright red light. Jianchen remained composed. He was not surprised by the pure vital energy in the jade box at all. This was because he had seen something even more powerful in the depths of the desolate plain. It was the fleshly core of Gusta, one of the 3 dark gold ape kings of the ancient era's great apes. Compared to Gusta's sacred fleshly core, the blood chi power contained in the ancestral Holy Land was insignificant. The only difference was that the level of the vital energy within the ancestral sacred land was extremely high. At the same time, the vital energy seemed to contain the presence of the ways. After studying the blood-red ancestral sacred land in the jade box, Jianchen carefully placed it into his space ring. He asked Bingyuan, "How much of the ancestral sacred land did you use to trade with cultivators in the outside world in the past?" "Temple Master, the ancestral sacred land has been around for an extremely long time. As a result, every time we open it up to the public, we only take out an extremely small amount. Roughly every century, our clan will trade 2 to 4 ounces of the ancestral sacred land to cultivators in the outside world," Bingyuan replied. Jianchen was secretly surprised when he heard that. The value of the ancestral sacred land had completely exceeded his imagination. He had never thought that cultivators in the outside world would only be able to obtain 4 ounces of the ancestral sacred land from the Darkstar clan every century. Currently, he possessed 1.5 caddies of the ancestral sacred land. In other words, it would take at least 400 years for cultivators in the outside world to obtain this amount of ancestral sacred land from the Darkstar clan. Bingyuan hesitated for a long time before he finally gathered his courage and said through gritted teeth, "Hall Master, the Tao birth fruit that the great emperor planted in the herb garden is in the process of evolving. During this period, the consumption of divine crystals in the herb garden has increased by several dozen times. The divine crystals that our 5th hall has accumulated over the years are simply unable to meet the demand of the herb garden. The cultivators from the outside world in the 100 Saints city will often offer extremely high prices for the ancestral sacred land. As a result, I would like to ask the temple master to leave some ancestral sacred land for us to trade with cultivators from the outside world so that we can meet the demand of the garden. Jianshan raised an eyebrow and asked casually, how many divine crystals can one tael of the ancestral sacred land be exchanged for? At the very least, several 100 million supreme-grade divine crystals. If the competition between cultivators in the outside world is intense, one tael of the ancestral sacred land can even be sold for over 1 billion supreme-grade divine crystals, Bing Yuan said. His eyes shone slightly as well. Clearly, even he was tempted by the amount of supreme-grade divine crystals. Although the people of the Darkstar clan were unable to absorb the energy within divine crystals for their own use due to the different types of energy, divine crystals were the only way to maintain the supply of energy to the garden. This was because all the heavenly resources in the garden came from the saints' world, so they also needed the energy of the saints' world to maintain them. Even though Jianshan was prepared for this, he was still taken aback when he heard this number. This was because he was holding a fortune worth several billion or even several 100 billion supreme-grade divine crystals. He had looted the treasuries of a few peak organizations on the Cloud Plain, but the amount of divine crystals he had obtained was nowhere near this number. However, he also understood that only the Darkstar clan would exchange something as precious as the ancestral sacred land for divine crystals. In the saints' world, Jianshan did not doubt that the ancestral sacred land would be a priceless treasure. It would not be enough to buy it no matter how many divine crystals there were. Basically, it would be exchanged for treasures of similar value. However, the ancestral sacred land had already fallen into his hands, so how could he exchange it for divine crystals? He said, I will think of a way to get the divine crystals. Let's go. Pay a visit to the 100 Saints city with me. Many people had already gathered in the 100 Saints city's pantheon. All the prodigies who managed everything in the city had gathered together once again. Aside from Chu Jie, Gong Rui's, Kong Feiying, Zhou Ji, Zhao Wenbin, and the young master of the Ashwolf clan, Jin Hong, who had obtained the Grand Exalt's legacy, all the other prodigies had appeared in the pantheon. They didn't talk to each other. Their faces were very ugly, and there was also a strong anger that was suppressed among them. However, even though their emotions were extremely intense, none of them said anything. The entire pantheon was silent. It was extremely depressing. All of this was because an uninvited guest had come to the Pantheon Hall. Clearly, the various organizations in the Pantheon Hall did not welcome this uninvited guest very much. However, due to various reasons, they were forced to personally receive this guest, who possessed a rather special status. And the reason why so many of them were angry was because of the guest's position at the moment. The representatives of the various organizations all sat around a huge, round table in the Pantheon. There was no hierarchy, which implied that they were all on equal footing. However, at this moment, this uninvited guest moved a chair over and sat in the center of the round table, 3 meters above the ground. His attitude was equivalent to trampling all the prodigies in the Pantheon beneath his feet. As a matter of fact, it could even be understood as him sitting on all the prodigies in the Pantheon. Unfortunately, the various organizations in the 100 Saints city did not dare to speak up against this person's arrogance. This was because the uninvited guest was one of the 3 vice leaders of the 7th Divine Hall, Unlai. Chapter 2883. Against a 4th Heavenly Layer Infinite Prime, even if all the organizations in the 100 Saints city worked together and used everything they had, it would be impossible for them to fend off a 4th Heavenly Layer Infinite Prime. As this was the Dark Star world, all the high-grade secret treasures of their clans could not be brought in. As a result, these proud prodigies who had never taken infinite primes seriously in the Saints' world had no choice but to submit obediently. They had to deal with the situation carefully. Even if they were furious, they had to hold it in. This was because all of them understood one thing. Once they were killed in the territory of the Darkstar race, No matter how powerful the clan behind them was, they would not be able to avenge them. What do you think? I have to tell you that my time is limited. I don't have that much time to waste here. Every organization has to offer our 7th Divine Hall 10 billion supreme grade divine crystals every 100 years in exchange for our goodwill. This is an opportunity that our 3 Vice Hall Masters had to beg the Hall Master for painstakingly to obtain after so much difficulty. Don't waste it for nothing, Unlai said indifferently as he crossed his legs in the air. He seemed to look at the interesting expressions of the prodigies in disdain. Instead, he studied the divine hall by himself. His gaze seemed to be able to pass through the obstruction of the divine hall, allowing him to clearly see the situation of the 100 Saints city. This is a very impressive city. When this city was built in the past, the huge clan behind you must have gone to great lengths to complete it. Just the clan in this city has far more than just 1 billion supreme grade divine crystals. After all, supreme grade divine crystals can be reproduced in the resource-rich Saints world. They are truly inexhaustible. In other words, 10 billion supreme grade divine crystals may sound like a lot, but it's nothing in the boundless Saints world. In the past 100 years, let's not even talk about how much you've gained from exchanging the resources from my clan. Just the things you've obtained in Two World Mountain are invaluable. If that's the case, isn't it very worth it to use 10 billion supreme grade divine crystals to exchange for 100 years of peace? Unran spoke casually, as if 10 billion divine crystals were nothing more than that. However, there was a burning gaze hidden in the depths of his eyes. 10 billion divine crystals was definitely a significant number to the 7th Divine Hall, because this amount of divine crystals could only be obtained from quite a few ancestral lands in the past. Most importantly, if the 7th Hall obtained this amount of divine crystals, they would definitely be able to resolve their current situation. None of the prodigies in the Divine Hall said anything. Their faces were terrifyingly sunken. This was because 10 billion supreme grade divine crystals was an extremely great number even to the clans behind them. The Vice Hall Master of the 7th Hall wanted 10 billion supreme grade divine crystals right off the bat, and he promised that he would not cause them any trouble for 100 years. Off was not just asking for a price. Ha 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 ha, I never thought Vice Hall Master and Lai of the 7th Hall would actually be here. Looks like I'm still a step too late. At this moment, a great laugh rang out, followed by a great rumble. The tightly shut door of the Pantheon Hall had been smashed to pieces by a great force. The powerful shockwaves wreaked havoc, sending all the prodigies in the Pantheon Hall flying. They slammed into the wall behind the Pantheon Hall in an extremely wretched manner. Even the huge round table in the Pantheon of Gods was torn apart by the shockwaves of the energy. In the blink of an eye, the Divine Hall was reduced to a mess. A white-clothed man suddenly barged into the Temple of All Gods. The white-clothed man looked to be in his 30s. He had a delicate face and was somewhat refined. He looked like a scholar. However, the presence he gave off was the same as Enlai's. He was a 4th heavenly layer infinite prime. Enlai squinted his eyes slightly, and his face immediately became rather ugly. I was wondering who it was. Looks like it's the Vice Hall Master of the 6th Hall, Si Wuqing. Si Wuqing, hasn't your 6th palace always been disdainful of the 100 Saints city? For so many years, except for a few occasional transactions, you have always been indifferent to the 100 Saints city. Why did you change your attitude today? Why did you, the Deputy Palace Master, come here personally? At this moment, all the prodigies who had been blown away by the ripples of energy climbed to their feet. They looked at the shattered doors of the Divine Hall, and their hearts immediately sank. During this period of time, their 100 Saints city had been protected by the 5th Hall. Coupled with the fact that the 7th Hall no longer caused any trouble for the 100 Saints city, they gradually let down their guard. A gap had always been opened in the protective formation, allowing workers to pass in and out to maintain the operations of the 100 Saints city. However, they had never expected the Vice Hall Master of the 7th Hall, unveil, to enter through the door silently without any regard for his status. He directly arrived in the divine hall and demanded an exorbitant price of 1,000,000,000 supreme-grade divine crystals. Unveil was still fine. After all, he did not use force, so there was still room for negotiation. However, the one who had come was not very friendly. He had destroyed the doors of the divine hall as soon as he arrived. His intentions made all the prodigies in the divine hall feel uneasy. At that moment they even began to wonder if the Darkstar race had already undergone a major change, and if the Fifth Hall had already lost all of its dignity. Had the promise made by the Fifth Hall Master devalued to the point where any Vice Hall Master could trample on it at will? The Vice Hall Master of the Sixth Hall, Si Wuqing, smiled slightly and said slowly, "Indeed, our Sixth Hall has always been indifferent to the existence of the 100 Saints City because in our eyes, the 100 Saints City is just an ant. We can't be bothered with them. Moreover, at times this ant can provide us with some things we need, so we are naturally happy to have them. It's just that the situation today is a little different. Because of that reason, our Sixth Hall's consumption of divine crystals has increased greatly. Although there are some other little ants serving our Sixth Hall, the amount of divine crystals they bring is too little. If it was in the past, it would have been enough. But now, those divine crystals can't keep up with the consumption. As a result, we can only come to the 100 Saints City," said Si Wuqing. "Of course, most of the people who work with your Sixth Hall are chaotic primes in the Saints' world. Even if there are a few organizations with grand primes, they're only at the bottom of the peak. They can't compare to the organizations in the 100 Saints City," Unveil said expressionlessly. Then, he paused for a moment before continuing, "Si Wuqing, I wonder what the Sixth Hall is prepared to offer in exchange for divine crystals?" Chapter 2884. Unveil's face darkened slightly. Originally, he had already prepared himself for the possibility of obtaining all the benefits of the 100 Saints City. This was because he was certain that although not all of the top forces stationed in the 100 Saints City would take out a large sum of divine gems in exchange for the peace of the 100 Saints City, at least 1/3 of the forces would be willing to do so. Even if it was only 1/3 of the forces, the amount of divine gems accumulated would be a huge number. Not only could it completely cover the sudden increase in divine gems expenditure of the Seventh Hall due to the herb garden, but there would also be a lot of divine gems left over to trade with other divine halls or reserve resources for future use. After all, to maintain the herb garden, the consumption of divine gems would be endless. No matter how many divine gems were poured into the Darkstar clan, they would never complain about having too many. However, he never expected that Si Wuqing would appear at this time. It was obvious that he also wanted a share of the cake. This would undoubtedly reduce Unveil's expected gain by half. This naturally made Unveil very dissatisfied. Si Wuqing, our seventh divine hall, has been in charge for the past 1,000 years. All matters of the Darkstar race should be handled by our seventh divine hall. Your sixth divine hall's actions have crossed the line, said Si Wuqing. Unveil said with a sullen face. He was not willing to give up such a big piece of cake no matter what. Even if the sixth hall and the seventh hall were on the same front, in the face of such a huge benefit, there would be friction. Especially in a situation where the divine crystal reserves of the various shrines were running low, this piece of cake was even more precious. Yes, in the past 1,000 years, the seventh hall has been in charge of the Darkstar clan. But why did I hear that not long ago, your seventh hall master personally went to destroy 100 Saints City, but was forced to stop because of the fifth hall master's appearance? Your seventh hall even left some leeway for our old enemy, the fifth hall. How can you be so ruthless and selfish in the face of your longtime ally? Is our alliance not as good as the seventh hall and the fifth hall? Or should I say, which side is the seventh hall on? There was a faint smile on Si Wuqing's face. From the beginning to the end, he had a calm and collected demeanor. He continued, Unlie, I don't want to waste my breath with you here. We, the sixth hall, only have one request. We want half of the divine crystals offered by the 100 Saints' city. Then, Si Wuqing glanced at the end of the Temple of the Gods, at the various forces of the 100 Saints' city, who were now gathered together in a sorry state. He said indifferently, "Listen carefully. As Enlai said earlier, every clan must provide us with 10 billion supreme divine gems as a reward. As Enlai said earlier, the seventh temple will no longer target you during this period of time, nor will it obstruct any of your activities. If not..." Si Wuqing's face suddenly turned cold. Chilling killing intent shone from his eyes as he said icily, "Then don't even think about showing your faces in the Dark Star race." The killing intent of a primordial realm expert immediately caused the temperature of the entire hall to plummet. The prodigies gathered there felt like they had been plunged into ice as they shivered. They were not cowardly, nor were they afraid. Instead, it was a normal reaction when they faced the killing intent of a primordial realm expert with their strength as divine king. In the Pantheon Palace, all the sky prides looked ghastly pale. 10 billion supreme divine gems for 100 years was a sum that many of their forces could not afford. As a top force, they were indeed very wealthy, but their consumption was also very high. Enlai and Si Wuqing's request was equivalent to forcing many of them into a desperate situation. However, they just happened to not dare to object, as the status they took pride in was worthless in the Dark Star race. If they died, it would be a pointless death. No one would avenge them. Esteemed leaders, I have something to say, but I'm not sure if I should say it. At this moment, Lei Jun of the Celestial Thunder Clan stood up. He did not possess the arrogance that a disciple of a peak clan possessed. Instead, he showed some respect and was extremely careful. Si Wuqing looked at Lei Jun, and his lips slowly curled into an evil smile. He said, "Your clan seems to be called the Celestial Thunder Clan, right? It's said that you've forcefully pushed a heavenly resource to God tier through special means. Not bad at all. My clan has always admired the capable organizations in the outside world. If you have anything to say, just say it." Lei Jun paused for a moment before he braced himself and said, "Since you already know about the God-level heavenly treasure, you must know that the God-level heavenly treasure was specially prepared by the Sky Thunder Tribe for the Fifth Hall." "Yes, that's right. Of course I know about that." And Si Wuqing stared at Lei Jun meaningfully. "The leader of the Fifth Hall has promised that if we can provide him with a God-tier heavenly resource that can heal the soul, the Fifth Hall will protect us. Now that we have already provided the divine tier heavenly treasure, according to the agreement, we are already under the protection of the Fifth Hall. Now that the Sixth and Seventh Hall are trying to kill us, will the Fifth Hall..." Towards the end of his sentence, Lei Jun's tone was a little hesitant. There were some words that could not be said too clearly, but any normal person would understand the meaning behind them. "The Fifth Hall? Now you're still hoping for the promise of the Fifth Hall?" Si Wuqing stared at Lei Jun as if he was looking at an idiot and said, "If it was in the past, the Fifth Hall would have been able to protect you because the four great divine halls barely had the qualifications to contend against us. But now, the four great divine halls have no chance of contending against us." After pausing for a while, Si Wuqing felt that his words were not intimidating enough, so he continued, "To tell you the truth, since the Sixth Hall has decided to intervene in the matter of the 100 Saint City and has joined forces with the Seventh Hall, the Fifth Hall has completely lost the ability to protect you. At this moment, even if the leader of the Fifth Hall, Kuan Tian, was here, he would not dare to say anything in front of the two divine halls. It's laughable that you're still hoping for the protection of the Fifth Hall. You're really ignorant. Is that so? Why didn't this palace master know that your Sixth and Seventh palaces have such capabilities? You actually made this palace master not dare to say a single unnecessary word in front of you. This palace master wants to see for himself if your Sixth and Seventh palaces really have such capabilities." However, just as Si Wuqing finished speaking, a cold and mocking voice came from outside. The appearance of the voice immediately caused Si Wuqing's face to stiffen. He was no stranger to the owner of the voice. It was the leader of the Fifth Hall, Kuan Tian, whom he had just mentioned. In the Pantheon, Unlai's face changed again and again. He suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of the Pantheon. Chapter 2885. The arrival of the Fifth Hall Master immediately made the group of Heaven Prides in the Pantheon Divine Palace, who were filled with despair and helplessness, feel as if they had grasped at a life-saving straw. Every one of them revealed an excited expression. Their previously gloomy faces instantly became extremely excited. This was because the leader of the Fifth Hall had already become their greatest pillar of support in the Darkstar race. Even if they knew that if they could not provide the god-level treasure that the Fifth Hall Master needed, they would not be able to obtain his protection. But in their hearts, their recognition and trust of the Fifth Hall Master were still very strong. After all, the Fifth Hall's Hall Master had already saved their lives. Furthermore, he had even risked the consequences of starting a war with the Seventh Hall's Hall Master to save them. With this kindness, the geniuses of the Hundred Saints City trusted the Fifth Hall Master even more. On the other hand, the Seventh Hall and the Sixth Hall not only snatched their Hundred Saints City, but also almost destroyed them. As for the Sixth Hall Master, he had smashed the door of the Temple of the Gods as soon as he arrived. His attitude was arrogant and condescending, completely treating them as fish on the chopping board. He was full of malice. Compared to the two, the Fifth Hall Master was more like a living bodhisattva, who was worth relying on and trusting. Esteemed Hall Master, you've finally come. You have to uphold justice for us. Our Hundred Saints City is clearly protected by you, Hall Master. Anyone who harms our Hundred Saints City is harming you, Hall Master. However, the Sixth and Seventh Halls clearly know of our relationship with the Fifth Hall, yet they still threaten us without giving the Fifth Hall any face at all. They even want us to hand over 10 billion supreme-grade divine crystals every 100 years. They're simply not leaving us any way out. Lei Jun was the most excited among them. He was also the first to speak impatiently, trying to worm his way into being friends with the Fifth Hall Master. This was because the Heavenly Thunder Tribe had taken out a god-level treasure as promised to the Fifth Hall. Logically speaking, the Heavenly Thunder Tribe was already under the protection of the Fifth Hall. With such a powerful backer, he finally had some confidence in facing the 10 divine halls of the Darkstar Tribe. As for Si Wuqing's disdain and mockery towards the Fifth Hall, Lei Jun merely treated it as a boast. After all, from the current expression of the Fifth Hall Master, one could tell at a glance that the Fifth Hall was not as bad as Si Wuqing had described. A sliver of coldness immediately flashed through Si Wuqing's eyes when he heard what Lei Jun had said. Intense killing intent surged in his heart. In his eyes, all foreign cultivators were ants, creatures that he could crush as he wished. If they were obedient and constantly provided benefits to the Darkstar race, he could allow them to move about freely in his territory. But at this moment, the worthless ant in his eyes dared to provoke him and the Fifth Hall Master. This was something that he could not tolerate no matter what. You are courting death. Si Wuqing spat out these 2 words coldly. Just as he was about to kill Lei Jun, his expression suddenly changed. This was because at this moment, a powerful aura that was like a mountain suddenly descended, pressing down on his entire body. Even the circulation of energy in his body showed signs of stagnation. Si Wuqing turned his head with difficulty and stared at Kuan Tian. Fear filled his eyes. After all, not only was Kuan Tian a Hall Master, but he was also a 6th Heavenly Layer Infinite Prime. In terms of status and strength, Kuan Tian was greater than him. However, he seemed to think of something soon afterwards. The fear in his eyes immediately vanished and he calmed down. He said sternly, Lord of the Kuan Tian Hall, what are you trying to do? Not only does this person disrespect his seniors, But he even dares to use his lowly status to sow discord between the 10 divine halls of our Darkstar race. Shouldn't he be killed? Does the Lord of the Kuan-Tian Hall want to protect someone like that? Si Wuqing showed no fear at all. He stared straight at Jianchen, as if he would not budge until he gave a satisfactory explanation. This was because he was extremely certain that the 5th Hall's strength had plummeted once again after losing the 8th Hall's forces. They no longer had the courage to face them directly like before, or they would just be asking for humiliation. Unlai stood to one side and said nothing. He did not plan on taking part in the conflict between Si Wuqing and the 5th Hall Master. His fear of the 5th Hall Master did not diminish in the slightest following Sen's death. This was because he had personally witnessed the madness of the 5th Hall Master. The 5th Hall Master who had lost his memories was even more terrifying than before, and he was even more difficult to provoke. Not only had his strength increased by leaps and bounds, but even his personality seemed to have reached an extreme. Once he was forced into a corner, he would really fight to the death. In the face of such a lunatic, even the 7th Hall Master, Jia Di, who was much stronger than the Kuan-Tian Hall Master, had no choice but to give in. Jianchen did not speak. He walked in the Temple of the Gods at an ordinary pace and arrived in front of Si Wuqing unhurriedly. His powerful aura was still pressing down on Si Wuqing, and he raised his hand to slap Si Wuqing's face. Slap! Suddenly, a crisp sound was heard. The sound was so loud that it was extremely ear-piercing in the Temple of the Gods. Si Wuqing, who was caught off guard, was sent flying by Jianchen's slap. Jianchen's slap was so powerful that it sent Si Wuqing's entire body flying into the air. Half of his face was smashed, and blood rained down. The Temple of the Gods suddenly fell silent. The crowd of Heaven's Prides gathered here looked at Si Wuqing, who was flying in a parabola in the air. Their hearts were beating wildly, and everyone was stunned. As the saying went, don't hit someone in the face. In the end, not only had the 5th Hall Master slapped Si Wuqing's face, but the person who had been slapped was a Vice Hall Master of great status as well. This had an extremely great impact on the minds of the Heaven's Prides. Even though primordial realm experts were only infinite primes, they were equivalent to elders in peak organizations with grand primes. They possessed a certain level of status, so they should be treated with a certain amount of respect. In the Dark Star world, primordial realm experts were people who stood at the apex of the pyramid. They were supreme existences, yet they had been slapped in the face so mercilessly. All the Heaven's Prides in the 100 Saints City were rather stunned by this sight. Chapter 2886. For a moment, Unlai's throat actually became rather dry as he looked at the 5th Hall Master, who stood there coldly without any hesitation. The biggest reason why he dared to come to 100 Saints City today was because of the death of Temple Master Sun Ran, which caused the strength of the 5th Hall's camp to plummet. They no longer had the ability to compete with them. In his opinion, the 5th Hall, in such a situation, would make concessions when facing the problem of 100 Saints City as long as it was not a serious matter that harmed their own interests. In the end, he did not expect the 5th Palace Master to not play by the rules at all. When his camp was already at an extreme disadvantage, not only did he not restrain himself, but he became even more rampant than before. He even slapped a deputy palace master in the face as soon as he arrived. This was an extremely humiliating matter. Even if there was no enmity between them, this action would lead to great hatred. He's gone mad. He's gone mad. Kuan-Tian has completely gone mad. Unlai could only curse in his heart. The domineering and condescending attitude displayed by the 5th Hall Master had caused him to want to retreat. The 6th Hall Master, Si Wuqing, was stunned as well. He had been sent flying by Jianchen's slap, and when he landed on the ground, he actually forgot to climb back up. His face was blank as he still had not returned to his senses. After 2 breaths of time, Si Wuqing finally reacted. His body was still lying on the ground in the same position, but his entire body was trembling violently. His eyes had also become extremely red at this moment, with blood vessels all over them. In the next moment, a monstrous rage mixed with a terrifying killing intent suddenly emanated from his body. He leaped up from the ground and his face instantly became extremely ferocious. He let out a beast-like roar. "Cointian, you dare to humiliate me like this? I will make you pay the price." Vice Hall Masters were also great figures among the Darkstar clan. Even though there was a certain difference in status between them and the Hall Masters, the difference was not as great as imagined. After all, they were all infinite primes. They were all at the same level of cultivation, not to mention that Si Wuqing was a fourth heavenly layer infinite prime. His strength was only a single level lower than some Hall Masters who were still at the fifth heavenly layer. Boom! Immediately, energy erupted from Si Wuqing, and the pressure of the primordial realm flooded the surroundings. He directly attacked Jianshan with bloodshot eyes, swinging his sword towards Jianshan decisively. Jianshan was indifferent. He was composed and composed. However, a tremendous pressure erupted like a volcano, crushing down on Si Wuqing with an even more terrifying pressure than before. Si Wuqing staggered, almost falling to the ground. His face paled. The energy on the sword that he used to swing towards Jianshan flickered. The power of his attack had actually been suppressed to the greatest extent by Jianshan's presence. In the end, the sharp tip of the sword was caught between Jianshan and Jianshan effortlessly. Ding! Afterwards, there was a crisp sound. Jianshan flicked his fingers gently, and the tip of the sword immediately trembled violently as if it had suffered a heavy blow. A rebounding force was transmitted to Si Wuqing's right hand, numbing his entire right arm. However, Jianshan did not plan on sparing Si Wuqing just like that. He said coldly, "You're just a Vice Hall Master, yet you dare to call me by my name. You deserve to be punished for offending your superiors." As he said that, he took a step forward and approached Si Wuqing. He used his presence to suppress Si Wuqing before slapping Si Wuqing's face again, sending him flying. This time, he struck the other half of Si Wuqing's face. Not only did the powerful force reduce Si Wuqing's face to a bloody pulp, but even his head cracked. Si Wuqing was filled with hatred. He roared out furiously, wanting to fight back like a beast. However, Jianshan was much more powerful than he had imagined. Not only was he unable to fight back against Jianshan with his strength as a fourth heavenly layer infinite prime, but he could not even dodge under the suppression. This 100 holy city was taken back by this Hall Master from Jiadi. Only this Hall Master can decide the life and death of this 100 holy city. The other temples don't have this qualification. As the 6th Vice Hall Master, not only have you come to my territory to show off, but you've even spoken rudely to me. This is unforgivable," Jianshan said coldly. He arrived before Si Wuqing in a flash, and before Si Wuqing could stand up, Jianshan directly kicked him in the back viciously. With the sound of bones breaking, Jianshan's kick shattered Si Wuqing's spine, going all the way to his ribs. He basically crushed all the bones in Si Wuqing's upper body to pieces. All his organs were torn to pieces. Si Wuqing grunted as he vomited large mouthfuls of blood and bits of organs. This time, he had truly suffered a heavy blow. "Kuan Tian, why, how dare you treat me like this?" Si Wuqing vomited blood a few times as he said hoarsely. His face was currently pale and his hair was a mess. He no longer possessed his previous bearing. "Not to mention you, even if your 6th Hall Master came and dared to provoke me, I would still beat him up," Jianshan said coldly with a fearless spirit. He then lifted the mud-like Si Wuqing from the ground and threw him out of the 100 Saints City. "Remember, the 100 Saints City is under my protection. Without my permission, anyone who dares to commit outrages here will not be spared." Outside the 100 Saints City, Si Wuqing, who was like a puddle of mud, fell to the ground in an extremely sorry state. Because he was thrown out too quickly, He slid forward for a few miles before finally stopping. He immediately coughed up blood incessantly. His spine was broken, and there were only a few intact bones left in his upper body. Without the support of his bones, he couldn't stand up for a while. He could only lie on the ground and take some healing pills from his space ring to slowly recover. Koan Tian. He let out a beast-like roar as the hatred and killing intent in his heart boiled to the extreme. He rested for a moment, and when the shattered spine in his body had taken shape, he immediately flew into the air and left this place shakily. Unlai's heart immediately chilled after personally witnessing how Jianchen had trampled on Si Wuqing. He discovered that he had still underestimated the Fifth Hall Master's insanity. He had actually humiliated a Vice Hall Master into such a miserable state over such a small matter at a time like this. It made his spine shiver slightly. This was because something like this had never happened to a primordial realm expert in the long-known history of the Darkstar race. At this moment, Jianchen looked at Unlai. His gaze became extremely sharp, and he said coldly, "Unlai, have you also come to the territory under my protection to commit outrages?" Chapter 2887. At this moment, under the gaze of so many heaven's prides in Hundred Saints City, Unlai no longer cared about losing face. With an apologetic and gentle smile on his face, he lowered his tone and explained to Jianchen in a humble manner to clarify the misunderstanding. After that, he didn't stay for a moment longer and left the Pantheon Temple dejectedly, flying away from Hundred Saints City. Although the attitude he showed in front of so many heaven's prides in Hundred Saints City was a very shameful thing in Unlai's eyes and had lost his dignity as a deputy temple master, when he thought of Si Wuqing's fate, he couldn't help but shudder. Forget it. Although it's a little embarrassing, compared to Si Wuqing's fate, it's actually nothing. Unlai comforted himself in his heart. At the same time, he was also very wary of the Fifth Temple Master's unbridled arrogance. "I have to go back as soon as possible and report what happened in Hundred Saints City to the Temple Master. The Fifth Temple Master's style of doing things is becoming more and more overbearing. He doesn't consider the consequences at all. If he continues to act like this without restraining himself, I'm afraid an unprecedented conflict will break out between the 10 divine temples of our clan." Unlai looked a little worried. The current Koan Tian made him feel wary and a little scared at the same time. A deputy temple master with an illustrious identity had been slapped in front of a group of cultivators from the outside world. This was too vile and the consequences were too severe. With a heavy heart, Unlai flew rapidly in the sky and arrived at Dark Night City at his fastest speed. He then returned to the 7th temple through the teleportation formation in Dark Night City. In the 7th temple, Jia Di was sitting on the throne with a worried expression, worrying about the divine crystals. Below him, Deputy Temple Master De Fu stood with his hands by his side and said, "Temple Master, the speed at which the Tao-bearing fruit absorbs the energy of the divine crystals has increased by several times again, and this speed is still increasing. The time our divine crystals can last is getting shorter and shorter." "How long can it last?" Jia Di asked with a slight headache as he sat on the throne. Their Darkstar race had never lacked divine crystals as much as they did today. In just a little over a month, they had used up enough divine crystals to keep the garden running for 1,000 years. This was because the amount of energy required to reach high-quality God-tier heavenly resources was just too astonishing. Moreover, the origin energy of the Darkstar race was different from the origin energy of the Saints' world. It could not be used to nurture God-tier heavenly resources. They could only absorb energy from divine crystals. This naturally caused the consumption of divine crystals to be extremely shocking. Less than 10 days. De Fu paused for a moment before adding, "Furthermore, the duration of 10 days is based on the Tao birth fruit's current rate of energy absorption. After tomorrow, the Tao birth fruit's rate of energy absorption will be even faster than today. On the third day, it might even increase. Therefore, our divine crystals can't even last for 10 days. How many divine crystals have the warriors we control provided us? Jiadi asked again. Each of the 10 great holy temples cooperated with some external forces that were weaker than the 100 Saints' city, and they exchanged various benefits. We've provided quite a lot, but it won't last for more than a few days, said Defu. Jiadi leaned back on his throne and rubbed his temples as if he had a headache. He said, "We all miscalculated. Who would have thought that the amount of energy consumed by the Tao-bearing fruit to advance to the high-grade god rank would be 10 times, or even 100 times more than when it advanced to the middle grade? The other heavenly resources won't be able to use that much. We can only rely on Enlai now. I hope his progress in the 100 Saints' city goes smoothly." At this moment, the teleportation formation outside the 7th Divine Hall flashed. Enlai had returned from the 100 Saints' city. Jiadi immediately became interested. Before Enlai could step into the hall, he asked about whether the trip to the 100 Saints' city had gone smoothly. Very soon, Jiadi learnt about everything that had happened in the 100 Saints' city. His face immediately changed, and he became extremely stern. There was also fury as he growled, "Kuan Tian has actually gone overboard. He has crossed the line. He has crossed the line. How can a mighty vice leader be humiliated like this?" The vice leader of the 6th Divine Hall, Si Wuqing, returned with his heavily injured body. He currently stood in the hall with a face covered in blood. His eyes were bloodshot as he radiated chilling, killing intent. He described how the 5th Hall Master, Kuan Tian, was so domineering and condescending in the Pantheon Divine Hall. "Kuan Tian has gone too far. A vice leader of our 6th Hall has actually been humiliated by him. Not only has he slapped Wuqing's face, but he's slapping our 6th Hall's face as well. If we don't get our revenge, what will happen to our 6th Hall's dignity?" The second vice leader of the 6th Hall was also furious as he spoke furiously. He resembled Si Wuqing slightly. He was Si Wuqing's elder brother, Si Wuming. He was also a 4th heavenly layer infinite prime. Aside from Si Wuqing and Si Wuming, there was a 3rd vice leader. His name was Augustine, and he was a 2nd heavenly layer infinite prime. He was furious as well. Out of the 3 vice leaders of the 6th Divine Hall, 2 were 4th heavenly layer infinite primes, and 1 was a 2nd heavenly layer infinite prime. Their strength had completely surpassed the 5th and 7th halls. The leader of the 6th Hall, Owen, was a 6th heavenly layer infinite prime. He had reached 6th heavenly layer before the 7th Hall Master, Jiadi. The 6th Palace Master, Owen, sat on his throne expressionlessly. His eyes were cold as he said coldly, "Go and invite the 3rd Palace Master, 4th Palace Master, 7th Palace Master, and 9th Palace Master here. The humiliation that Si Wuqing suffered must be avenged. Kuan Tian must pay the price for his actions. The dignity of the 6th Palace cannot be humiliated." Jianchen, who was still in the 100 Saints' city, had no idea that the leader of the 6th Hall had already gathered many organizations to deal with his actions. However, even if he knew, he would not care at all, as he did not fear any of the enemies in the Darkstar race aside from the Darkstar Emperor. Moreover, he was tempted to stir up internal strife among the Darkstar race as soon as possible. If he could use this opportunity to kill a few more Hall Masters, it would obviously be for the best. The various prodigies gathered in the Sacred Hall all thanked Jianchen sincerely. All of them were grateful. Jianchen's forceful attitude made them trust the leader of the 5th Hall even more. Jianchen remained calm. He glanced past everyone slowly, and when he discovered that Jin Hong was no longer among them, he immediately became relieved, because he knew that not long after, the 100 Saints' city would probably encounter an unprecedented calamity, and even the entire city would be purged, causing rivers of blood to flow. Naturally, it couldn't be any better for Jin Hong to take this opportunity to leave. Chapter 2888. Although he had told Jin Hong that something major would happen to the Dark Star race soon and told Jin Hong to tell He Qianqian to leave the Dark Star race, it was only a matter of time before Jin Hong left. However, who was he back then? He was nothing more than a loose cultivator without any background. Furthermore, it was his first time entering the Dark Star realm. For him to think that he would be able to make these heavenly prides from the peak powers leave this place with a single sentence, it was clearly a fantasy. Jin Hong had left because he had obtained a droplet of essence blood from him. Refining the essence blood was clearly much more important to him than the spoils of the Dark Star clan. As for He Qianqian, why would she leave because of something so insignificant? It looks like I need to think of a way to force her to leave. And Hao Jia, one of their ancestors, is a divine general of the heavenly palace of Bisheng. He's closely connected to Ming Dong's identity. I need to get them to leave as well, Jianshan thought, but he remained calm on the surface. The mess in the divine hall was cleaned up very soon, and new tables and chairs were set up. However, the tables this time were very different from the previous ones. There were primary and secondary seats. Jianshan and Bingyuan were invited to the primary seats politely, while the several dozen prodigies from the various organizations sat in secondary seats. Esteemed Hall Master, may I ask if the God-tier heavenly resource that our Heavenly Thunder clan has offered is satisfactory? Lei Jun asked rather eagerly as soon as he sat down. His eyes were filled with hope and eagerness. They all understood that the Fifth Hall's protection was only temporary. It was to give them some time to prepare the items that the Fifth Hall needed. However, this temporary protection could disappear at any time. Only when the Hall Master of the Fifth Hall personally agreed to it could they truly be at ease. When Lei Jun asked that question, all the geniuses in the Pantheon Divine Hall became uneasy. The leader of the Fifth Hall had actually come to the Pantheon Divine Hall in person. This was unprecedented. They all worried that this was the final deadline the Fifth Hall had given them. Some of the heavenly talents had even accepted their fate. They were ready to leave the realm of the fallen beast and give up everything they had built here. There were also a small number of forces who had made up their minds to temporarily submit to the Heavenly Thunder clan. As for the 7th and 6th Hall's offer of 10 billion supreme-grade divine crystals to protect them for 100 years, they didn't even consider it. Most of the clans could take out 10 billion supreme-grade divine crystals. If it was used to trade for the precious materials of the Dark Star clan, they would agree without any hesitation. However, it was not worth it to buy 100 years of peace. Jianshan sat on the main seat and did not say anything. The geniuses in the Hall of Gods did not say anything either. They all looked at Jianshan with unease and unwillingness. Jianshan's silence caused Lei Jun's heart to suddenly become uneasy. He, who was originally full of confidence, suddenly became somewhat nervous at this moment. Could it be that the scarlet glazed fruit that our family offered did not satisfy the Fifth Hall Master? But this scarlet glazed fruit is a true divine treasure of heaven and earth, Lei Jun thought to himself. Lei Jun thought in his heart as a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. The cold and indifferent attitude of the Fifth Palace Master had caused him to feel uneasy. At this moment, several divine king realm men of sacrifice escorted an exquisite white jade box into the Hall of Gods. They personally handed the white jade box to the Jade Pill Sex genius. The Jade Pill Sex genius was overjoyed. He took the white jade box with both hands and was so excited that his body was trembling a little. He said to Jianshan, who was sitting on the main seat, "Honorable Hall Master, fortunately, we did not disappoint you. Our Jade Pill Sex ancestor has personally done it and successfully refined the divine pills that you need. Please take a look." As he spoke, the Jade Pill Sex genius opened the white jade box. Immediately, colorful light filled the air, and the fragrance of pills filled the air. Inside the jade box, there were 7 pills of different colors lying quietly. As for the grade of this pill, everyone could tell at a glance that it wasn't at the divine tier. It was still a step away from the divine tier. However, with the example of the crimson glazed fruit, the sky prides in the pantheon no longer dared to underestimate this elixir. They all held their breaths and waited quietly, looking forward to what kind of changes would happen to these 7 elixirs. After all, these were pills that the ancestor of the Jade Pill sect had personally refined. Everyone believed that they were definitely not as simple as they seemed. At this moment, the 7 pills in the jade box floated up by themselves. Every single pill shone with a different, dazzling light. Their fragrance permeated the entire hall of gods. After that, under everyone's gazes, the 7 medicinal pills actually began to fuse together in the air. Moreover, a formation also appeared on the jade box that contained the medicinal pills. It absorbed the energy of the world and transformed it into flames as it carried out the final refinement of the medicinal pills that were fusing together. All of this was the handiwork of the Grand Prime of the Jade Pill sect. When the jade box was opened, the pills underwent a final transformation according to what the ancestor of the Jade Pill sect had set up in the outside world. This step seemed simple, but it was extremely difficult to achieve. It required great mastery over the way of pills. Around 15 minutes later, the pills finally completed their final transformation. The 7 pills had truly fused into one. Its size remained the same, but the quality of the pill was truly god tier. Leader, this pill was personally created by the ancestor of our Jade Pill sect. It's a wondrous pill that has never appeared in the current Saints world. I represent the Jade Pill sect and offer this pill to you. I hope you'll be satisfied. The prodigy of the Jade Pill sect was in high spirit. He smiled confidently as he personally offered the pill to Jianchen. Jianchen accepted the pill and immediately sensed its extraordinariness. Its effects were several times more powerful than the scarlet glazed fruit at the very least. This was because his soul had been stimulated just from coming into close contact with the pill. This allowed him to conclude that not only did the pill have wondrous effects on healing the soul, but it could also greatly increase the strength of the soul. There's a hint of the presence of pure soul. Jianchen's heart skipped a beat. He slowly stowed the pill away and smiled in satisfaction. He said, "Not bad. I'm extremely satisfied with this pill from your Jade Pill sect. From today onwards, the Jade Pill sect will be under my protection. As long as I exist, the Jade Pill sect will exist." The prodigy of the Jade Pill sect was overjoyed when he heard that. He was so excited that he almost dropped to his knees. The other prodigies in the Divine Hall were shocked as well. They all became envious. They knew how precious the promise of the 5th Hall Master was. As long as the 5th Hall Master was around, the Jade Pill sect would exist. This was simply providing a permanent protective umbrella for the Jade Pill sect. It would allow the Jade Pill sect to be unafraid of any threats in the territory of the Darkstar race for a very long time. This was because the person standing behind the Jade Pill sect was a Hall Master, and an extremely powerful one at that. I didn't expect the Jade Pill sect to be permanently protected by the 5th Divine Hall. Unless the 5th Hall Master dies, the Jade Pill sect's position in the Darkstar race will be unshakable. Sigh. In the Divine Hall, many prodigies shook their heads and sighed. While they were envious of the Jade Pill sect, they also felt disappointed about their future. Honorable Hall Master, what about the Heavenly Thunder Clan? We offered the scarlet glazed fruit to the Hall Master. It's also of the divine level. Seeing that the Jade Pill sect had received such great benefits, Lei Jun of the Heavenly Thunder Clan couldn't sit still and spoke anxiously. Jianchen took out the scarlet glazed fruit and threw it to Lei Jun. He said, "Although this scarlet glazed fruit is of the divine level, it doesn't meet my requirements. It's not qualified." Lei Jun was dumbfounded. He held the scarlet glazed fruit with both hands and fell into a daze. His face also turned pale. Chapter 2889. Jianchen's words reignited a sliver of hope in Lei Jun's gloomy eyes. However, He immediately became troubled when he heard Jianshan's request. Hall Master, you may not know this, but the jadestone used to nurture the scarlet glass fruit is extremely precious. Even our heavenly thunder tribe doesn't possess such jadestone. The 3 jadestones we're using this time were all given to us by a terrifying organization that's countless times more powerful than our heavenly thunder tribe. Moreover, there are only 3 jadestones. Our heavenly thunder tribe won't be able to produce a 4th, Lei Jun said bitterly. Jianshan sat leisurely in the main seat. He tapped his finger on the table rhythmically and said calmly, "If you can't produce it, then I can't guarantee that your heavenly thunder tribe will be able to stay in the Dark Star territory. I'll give you half a month's time. Get your clan to provide me with 30 of those jadestones." 30. Lei Jun's eyes were wide open and he was quite shocked. Although he did not know how precious the jade that contained the law of time was, even the Heavenly Thunder Clan did not have such a thing, so it was not difficult to guess its value and rarity. In his opinion, it would be good enough if he could produce 3 of such precious and rare jadestones. He did not even dare to think about producing 30 of them. That's right. If you can produce 30 jadestones, not only will I protect your Heavenly Thunder Tribe, but I'll also give your Heavenly Thunder Tribe an extra tael of ancestral sacred land, said Jianshan. Lei Jun finally felt a little comforted when he heard the mention of ancestral sacred land. Then I'll send a message to my clan and inform them of your request. With that, Lei Jun left the Pantheon Palace. He no longer cared about what would happen in the Pantheon Palace. He was in an extremely bad mood after falling from heaven to hell. Many of the geniuses in the Pantheon Palace gloated when they saw the Heavenly Thunder Tribe suffer. Last time, when Lei Jun took out the scarlet glazed fruit, he was extremely arrogant and showed off his ambition to make everyone submit to the Heavenly Thunder Clan. This made many people dissatisfied with him. Now that Lei Jun had seen his greatest reliance on the Dark Star race, the scarlet glass fruit, thrown back without hesitation by the 5th Hall Master, who had even made an even more difficult request, Lei Jun instantly fell from heaven to hell. Such an outcome caused everyone to feel extremely satisfied and carefree. Their expressions were filled with schadenfreude. In the end, Jianshan's gaze landed on the dozens of supreme talents in the Pantheon Divine Palace and said, "Is there anyone among you who can take out something that meets my requirements?" Many supreme talents were silent. No one spoke. They had already received news from their clans that they could not bring god-level treasures of heaven and earth into the Dark Star realm. After a moment of silence, one of the supreme talents stood up and cupped his fists at Jianshan. "Lord Hall Master, although we can't take out god-level treasures of heaven and earth, we can provide other kinds of cultivation resources for the 5th Hall. After all, every year, the Dark Star race needs to exchange a large amount of cultivation resources from us. We're willing to make up for it with these things. Please give us a chance, Lord Hall Master." "Oh, I see." Jianshan showed a hint of hesitation and said reluctantly, "Since I have this pill from the Jade Pill sect, then my desire for god-level treasures of heaven and earth is not so strong. In that case, I'll give you a chance." When they heard that, the supreme talents gathered in the Pantheon Divine Palace immediately became overjoyed. As for the supreme talent from the Jade Pill sect, his face immediately became the color of a pig's liver. It was as ugly as it could get. Before they could say anything, Jianshan continued, "It just so happens that my race needs a large amount of divine crystals right now. How about this? As long as each of you take out some divine crystals, I'll promise to protect you in the Dark Star race. Don't put on such sad faces. I know how the 7th Hall and 6th Hall threatened you in the past. I'm not that kind of person. I definitely won't do something so overboard." When they heard that, the Supreme Talent's expressions improved slightly. They really were afraid that the 5th Hall would be like the 7th Hall and demand an exorbitant price of 10 billion supreme-grade divine crystals for 100 years of peace. "Then how many divine crystals do you need from us, Lord Hall Master?" a Supreme Talent asked carefully. 2 billion supreme grade divine crystals can get you 100 years of protection from me. 5 billion supreme grade divine crystals can get you 500 years of protection from me. How about it? Isn't this price much better than what the 7th hall offered? Jianshan looked at everyone with a smile. 5 billion supreme grade divine crystals for 500 years of peace is equivalent to 1 billion supreme grade divine crystals for 100 years. It's equivalent to 1/10 of what the 7th hall offered. In the Pantheon Divine Palace, many supreme talents secretly heaved a sigh of relief. 1 billion supreme grade divine crystals for 100 years of peace. With the 7th hall raising the price before them, the supreme talents found it easier to accept this price. Lord Hall Master, you can't do this. You absolutely can't do this. When the supreme talent from the Jade Pill sect heard that the other forces could obtain protection by paying only supreme grade divine crystals, he immediately panicked. With an anxious expression, he said, Lord Hall Master's protection is so honorable and glorious. Such glory can only be enjoyed by offering up rare items in the Darkstar race. How can we use something as cheap as supreme grade divine crystals to obtain Lord Hall Master's glory? Please retract your order, Lord Hall Master. Jianshan's expression darkened slightly. He glanced over coldly and said in a cold voice, Is the Jade Pill sect trying to order me around? The supreme talent from the Jade Pill sect had a terrible expression on his face, as if his parents had died. Their Jade Pill sect's ancestor had personally gone out and spent a lot of effort to refine this unprecedented magical pill. Only then did they obtain the protection of the 5th Divine Palace. In the end, the others only needed to spend some divine crystals to obtain the same treatment as the Jade Pill sect. This naturally made the supreme talent from the Jade Pill sect very unwilling. This was because in this way, the Jade Pill sect's grand wish to dominate the 100 holy cities and obtain the greatest benefits would be in vain. However, in the face of the angry 5th Hall Master, the supreme talent from the Jade Pill sect did not dare to say anything. He immediately lowered his head and admitted his mistake. Lord Hall Master, you've misunderstood. Our Jade Pill sect wouldn't dare to be so bold. Then shut your mouth obediently. Jianshan was not polite to the supreme talent from the Jade Pill sect. He then said to the many supreme talents in the Temple of the Gods, Remember, there are only 50 spots for you to obtain my protection with divine crystals. Among you, I will only protect 50 families and forces. As for those forces who have been protected by me, don't think of incorporating other families and forces to indirectly obtain my protection. I'm not as stupid as you think. If you really dare to do so, you'd better think clearly about the consequences of fooling me. Everyone looked at each other when they heard that. At that moment, there were 80 or 90 organizations gathered in the Pantheon, but there were only 50 spots. Didn't that mean that less than half of them did not have any backing? In the current bad situation where the 7th Hall was eager to kill them, having no backing meant that they had to give up their foundation here. However, more people were looking at the elite of the Jade Alchemy sect with gloating looks on their faces. Lord Hall Master, the Heavenly Thunder Clan is willing to pay divine crystals. At this moment, Lei Jun, who had received the news, returned and ran in from outside in a hurry. The Heavenly Thunder Clan is only allowed to take out 30 jade stones that contain the Law of Time. Otherwise, you can forget about existing in the Dark Star Tribe. Jianshan's words immediately made Lei Jun's fiery heart turn cold. Chapter 2890. 3 days? How come there were only 3 days? That's far too short. The hearts of all the prodigies in the Divine Hall clenched when they heard the 5th Hall Master's time limit. This was a few billion supreme grade divine crystals, not a few 100,000 or a few million. They could only move such a tremendous amount of divine crystals from their clans. However, this was the Dark Star world, not the Saints' world. They had only arrived at the ruins of the Spirits' world after leaving this place. There was still a great distance between the ruins and the Saints' world. 3 days was far too short. Quick, quick, quick. Immediately send someone to pass on the news to the great elder guarding outside as quickly as possible. In the next moment, a prodigy called out and sent someone to pass on the news in a hurry. They really were racing against time. This was the case for everyone. That was because the Dark Star Realm was a place that possessed enormous benefits to all of their clans. Furthermore, some of the benefits were irreplaceable. It could be said without the slightest bit of exaggeration that the Dark Star Realm was the only place in all of the known world. As a result, all the prodigies were extremely devoted to their duties to protect the benefits of their clans. Very soon, the Divine Hall was empty. Only the prodigies of the Jade Pill sect and a few of their followers remained. The prodigy of the Jade Pill sect had a terrifyingly sunken face. His eyes were filled with gloom as his reluctance to accept this was as deep as the ocean. The prodigy of the Jade Pill sect was not the only one who felt this way. Lei Jun of the Heavenly Thunder Clan was also sulking in a divine hall that belonged to the Heavenly Thunder Clan. He felt indignant. Why do the other clans only need divine crystals, but our Heavenly Thunder Clan has to provide something that even our clan doesn't have? You can tell with a single glance that it's extremely rare. This isn't fair, this isn't fair. Lei Jun paced back and forth in the divine hall of the Heavenly Thunder Clan. He was extremely irritated. The Fifth Hall Master is simply going too far. At worst, our Sky Thunder Clan will no longer rely on the Fifth Hall. Isn't the Dark Star Clan lacking divine crystals right now? If they really provoke us, our Sky Thunder Clan will use divine crystals to befriend the First Divine Hall. I don't believe that the Fifth Hall and the Seventh Hall will dare to touch a hair of our Sky Thunder Clan with the protection of the First Divine Hall, Lei Jun said exasperatedly. Young Master, be careful with your words. The Fifth Hall Master probably hasn't gone far yet. If he hears what you just said, our Sky Thunder Clan can forget about staying in the Dark Star race. An old man who looked like a steward standing nearby changed his expression and immediately reminded him with a face full of fear. Young Master, have you thought about it? Even if we want to make friends with the First Palace, we don't have the means to do so. The 10 great sacred halls of the Dark Star race have always been existences that we find difficult to reach. This is because they look down on us. If it weren't for the fact that we can bring them some resources that can only be found in the Saints' world and provide them with an endless supply of life-devouring beast corpses, they probably wouldn't have allowed us to continue existing in the Dark Star world. Moreover, we don't know much about the personality of the First Hall Master. However, the Fifth Hall Master is different. At the very least, from the conflicts between the Fifth Hall Master, the Seventh Hall Master, and the Sixth Hall Master, we can tell with a single glance that the Fifth Hall Master has always been partial to our 100 Saints city. As a result, I believe that the Fifth Hall Master is more trustworthy. Lei Jun gradually calmed down after hearing the old man's explanation. The old man paused before continuing. I wonder if young Master has thought of something else. Although the Fifth Hall Master wants our Sky Thunder Clan to provide things that are far more valuable than the other clans, the Fifth Hall Master wants our Sky Thunder Clan to provide things that are far more valuable than the other clans. However, if our Sky Thunder Clan can provide 30 crystals that contain the laws of time, we will be able to obtain the Fifth Hall Master's eternal protection. It can be said that from then on, as long as we don't provoke the 10 great sacred halls in the territory of the Dark Star race, we won't have to worry at all. We won't have to live our lives in fear like before. We won't have to act carefully. As for the other organizations that use divine crystals to obtain protection, there's a time limit. Right now, the Dark Star race is in dire need of divine crystals, which is why they can use divine crystals to obtain temporary peace. However, once the Dark Star race passes the critical period where they lack divine crystals, the Fifth Hall Master can abandon them at any time. Lei Jun was enlightened by the old man's words. His unhappiness vanished completely. He chuckled aloud, that's right. Although the Dark Star race needed divine crystals in the past, it was nowhere near as great as it has been recently. Once this period of time passes, the Dark Star race's purchase of divine crystals will naturally return to normal. At that time, even if they beg the Dark Star race to accept them with 10 billion supreme-grade divine crystals, they probably won't accept them. That's because the amount of divine crystals the Dark Star race consumes is nothing compared to our saints' world. Even if we give them several billion supreme-grade divine crystals, they won't be able to use it all. As time goes on, the divine crystals will just drain away for nothing. At that time, without the powerful protection of the Fifth Hall, I'd like to see how they deal with the hatred and fury of the Seventh Hall. However, it's different for our Sky Thunder clan. Although it seems like we've suffered a loss right now, in the long run, we'll be able to avoid future problems forever. Lei Jun changed the topic. He said to the old man sternly, "Elder Shu, I'll have to trouble you to make a personal trip and pass on the Fifth Hall Master's message to the clan. Afterwards, it'll all depend on whether the clan can provide 30 similar jades." For a moment, the tunnel between the two worlds was filled with people. People entered and exited frequently as they passed on information. What? The Dark Star race dares to charge us for protection? How dare they? How dare they? A mere clan that doesn't even have a chaotic prime dares to blackmail us, a peak clan. Very soon, the news from the 100 Saints City reached the Dark Star City in the ruins of the Spirit's world. The great elders of many peak organizations personally watched over Dark Star City. They were all chaotic primes. When these utmost exalted elders with high status in their respective clans heard the news from the Dark Star realm, they were all greatly enraged. 2 billion supreme-grade divine crystals for 100 years and 5 billion supreme-grade divine crystals for 500 years. This was basically extortion. It was extortion from peak organizations that stood at the apex of the Saints' world. Just think about how powerful their clans were, yet they were being forcefully charged for protection by a small clan that did not even have a chaotic prime. This was the first time they had seen something as absurd as this after living for countless years. Some of them were utterly furious. Anger surged from them, while some of them were angered by the extortion of a small clan like the Dark Star race. What do we do? What are we supposed to do against the Dark Star race's extortion? Are we supposed to reach a compromise with the Dark Star race even though we stand at the apex of the world? Sigh, what else can we do? The entrance to the world of the fallen beast is restricted, so we can't enter at all. As a result, we can't do anything to the Dark Star race at all. The Dark Star race also has benefits that we can't bear to part with, so what else can we do apart from reaching a compromise? 5 billion supreme-grade divine crystals for 500 years of peace. That's a billion supreme-grade divine crystals for 100 years on average. Give it. What else can we do? Yeah, a billion supreme-grade divine crystals for 100 years. Compared to what we've obtained in the Dark Star world, it's just a drop in the ocean. After all, divine crystals are renewable in our Saints' world. They'll form endlessly, while the rare materials in the Dark Star world are unique. We can't miss out on them. But isn't the time too tight? They're only giving us 3 days. 5 billion supreme-grade divine crystals isn't a small sum. I'll have to get it from my family, but the journey to and fro will take more than 3 days, whatever. It's already too late to return to the clan. Let's borrow some from other organizations. It seems like there are only 50 spots. Oh, I need to gather 5 billion supreme-grade divine crystals as soon as possible. As a result, in the following period of time, the great elders of many large organizations moved out personally. They either accepted or traded with the various organizations on the Dark Star continent. They began to gather divine crystals on a large scale. As a result, basically all the divine crystals from the various organizations on the Dark Star continent ended up in their pockets in a short amount of time. In the end, the Darkstar continent fell into an extreme shortage of divine crystals. Many cultivators did not even have enough for themselves. Chapter 2891. Jianshan, who was in the Darkstar world, naturally had no idea that the chaotic primes in the ruins of the Spirit Sage's world would personally rush about to collect the divine crystals. He was currently on his way back to the 5th Divine Hall. Leader, I'm really curious. Are the jades with the laws of time really that important to you? You've actually gotten the leader to give up the scarlet glazed fruit in exchange for them. Bing Yuan, who followed beside Jianshan, was unable to hide his doubts in the end. He asked. At the same time, a sliver of worry appeared on his face. He continued, and Si Wuqing. He's a vice leader of one of the 10 divine halls. The leader has humiliated him in the 100 Saints city, so the 6th divine hall probably won't just let this matter slide. The 6th divine hall is much more powerful than our 5th divine hall. As a matter of fact, even the 7th divine hall is slightly weaker than the 6th divine hall. It's said that the leader of the 6th divine hall, Owen, has already reached the peak of the 6th heavenly layer of infinite prime. He has spent most of his time in seclusion in order to break through to the 7th heavenly layer. Owen's strength is definitely greater than the leader of the 7th divine hall, Jia Di. Bing Yuan became worried as soon as he thought about the strength of the 6th divine hall. In our alliance, only the leader of the 2nd hall, Anna, can contend against Owen. Moreover, putting aside the 6th hall master Owen, among the 3 6th hall vice hall masters, only Si Wuqing is at the 4th heavenly layer. His brother, Si Wuming, is also at the 4th heavenly layer. With the current strength of our 5th hall, it is absolutely impossible for us to defeat such a force. Jianshan flew in the sky with his hands behind his back. He said indifferently, "You don't have to worry. I obtained some power that might have been left behind by an astral beast in the Two-World Mountain. Although it's not enough to break through to the 7th heavenly layer, there's no need for me to fear Owen at the 6th heavenly layer. As for the jades with the laws of time, I have other uses for them." The teleportation formation in the 5th divine hall that hovered in the imperial capital of the Darkstar clan flashed. With the power of teleportation, Jianshan and Bing Yuan appeared. "Greetings, leader. Greetings, vice leaders." The divine king of the Darkstar who guarded the teleportation formation immediately became polite when he saw the people who had appeared. He bowed politely. Ignoring the god kings guarding the teleportation formation, Jianshan stepped out of the teleportation formation. However, the moment he stepped out, his face suddenly changed. He glanced past the divine halls and the surroundings casually, and his lips curled into a faint sneer. However, at this moment, from the direction of the 6th hall, an enormous aura suddenly burst out like a volcanic eruption. It was as if a high and mighty king was pressing down on the 5th hall from all directions. Suddenly, the originally calm sky was suddenly filled with a violent wind. The thick layers of clouds that had accumulated in the sky were crushed by this huge aura. Even the floating 5th divine palace trembled slightly under the influence of this aura, swaying slightly in the air. "Koan Tian, you've finally returned. I've been waiting for you for a long time." A furious roar rang out from the 6th divine hall. The leader of the 6th divine hall, Owen, suddenly flew out of the divine hall. He moved extremely quickly, radiating with Bing Yuan's presence. He arrived in the huge square of the 5th divine hall in an instant and stared at Jianshan coldly. The 3 vice leaders of the 6th divine hall followed closely behind him. They also arrived in the square of the 5th divine hall and stood side by side with Owen. Si Wuqing's injuries had not recovered by much. He had only repaired a few important parts of his body, allowing him to maintain a standing posture. Perhaps it was to be kept as evidence, but the injuries on his face remained the same. Both of his faces had been smashed, and there were even cracks on his head. It was a shocking sight. As the deputy palace master, Si Wuqing was also a reputable figure. being forced to maintain such an appearance in front of everyone caused him to feel extremely tormented and humiliated. However, for the sake of revenge, for the sake of making the fifth divine hall pay the price for his actions, and for the sake of gaining more sympathy, he knew that he had to do this. Fifth divine hall master, you've gone too far. Even if my younger brother is at fault, you shouldn't humiliate him like this. Si Wuqing's brother, Si Wuming, said coldly with a darkened face. There was no respect in his voice at all. Instead, he seemed to be condemning Si Wuqing. With the arrival of the sixth divine hall, tremendous presences radiated from the third divine hall, fourth divine hall, seventh divine hall, and ninth divine hall masters appeared at almost the same time. They stepped through the air and arrived in the fifth divine hall with a single step, gathering with the sixth divine hall master. Kun Tian, you've gone a little too far this time. The leader of the seventh divine hall was the first to speak. Cold light flickered through his eyes. Don't hit people in the face. Si Wuqing is a vice leader after all. If he shows any disrespect, it's not unacceptable to teach him a lesson. However, to humiliate him like this… Sai Kun Tian, you've gone a little too far, said the leader of the ninth divine hall. He was a fifth heavenly layer infinite prime. The leader of the fourth divine hall said emotionlessly, Kun Tian, even if you obtain the memories of the star beast that can harvest the divine king's grass in Two-World Mountain, and it's extremely likely that you'll make great contributions to our race in the future, that's not enough reason for you to act so recklessly. What are you doing? The 5 leaders have actually gathered in the fifth divine hall. Do you think that without Serene, our 4 divine halls can be bullied? At this moment, a voice rang out. The leader of the 10th divine hall, Feng Shui, arrived before Jianchen with a frosty face. She stood beside Jianchen and faced the leaders of the 5 divine halls. Immediately, a total of 7 leaders had gathered. This was something that rarely happened in the Dark Star race apart from when they had an audience with the Emperor. Now that the situation had developed to this point, it had basically become a stalemate between 2 factions of the 10 divine halls. Naturally, the leader of the second divine hall, Anna, who was in the same faction as the 5th divine hall, could no longer sit still. He flew out from his divine hall as well. Only the 8th divine hall, after losing its leader, was unable to carry the banner with just the 2 weaker vice leaders, so they did not come. On the square of the 5th divine hall, the 2 factions were clearly divided. They were in a stalemate. However, one side had 5 divine halls, while the other only had 3. It was a huge difference no matter how one looked at it. Sai Kun Tian is too ignorant. How can he offend the 6th divine hall to such an extent for a mere 100-saint city? I hope he recovers his memory soon. The leader of the 2nd divine hall, Anna, also felt powerless after knowing the cause and effect. Only Feng Shui, regardless of the reason, right or wrong, stood firmly on the side of Kun Tian and retorted forcefully, Si Wuqing brought this upon himself. It's not like you don't know that if 100 Saint City was not protected by Kun Tian, it would have been wiped out by Jia Di long ago. 100 Saints City originally belonged to Kun Tian's territory. Si Wuqing went to Kun Tian's territory to extort divine gems without permission. He should be punished. Kun Tian, you must give us a satisfactory explanation for this matter. Otherwise, we will not let this matter rest. The leader of the 6th Divine Hall, Owen, said in a deep voice. Chapter 2892. The 2nd Hall Master, Anna, who was on the same side as the 5th Hall Master, could not help but sigh inside when he saw how furious Feng Shui was and how she was about to throw caution to the wind. If the 8th Hall Master was still present, their side would still have no chance of victory, but they would at least be able to put up some resistance. However, now that the 8th Hall Master had died, they had lost a powerful ally. How were they supposed to put up a fight against the other side? Despite knowing that they were at a disadvantage, not only did Feng Shui not restrain herself, she even acted aggressively. This gave the 2nd Hall Master, Anna, a huge headache. Hall Master Feng, calm down. We are no longer the same as before, Anna sent a voice transmission to Feng Shui. He hoped that he could persuade Feng Shui so that they could work together to come up with the most appropriate way to resolve the matter. Hall Master Feng, let me deal with this. Jianshan spoke as well. He was calm and composed, as if he did not take the matter to heart at all. He slowly stepped forward as a meaningful smile appeared on his face. He looked straight at the 6th Hall Master. Owen, since you want me to give you an explanation, I'll give you one. Owen's heart skipped a beat when he heard Jianshan's words and noticed the sinister and strange smile on Jianshan's face. He had a bad feeling about this. In the next moment, a sword appeared in Jianshan's hand. The moment it appeared, it radiated with a monstrous pulse of energy. A sliver of madness and viciousness appeared in his eyes as he stabbed at Owen without any hesitation. Jianshan did not hold back at all. Even though the might of the strike was not his peak strength due to his need to hide his identity, it was all that he could unleash in his current state. He ripped through the air with his sword, creating a black crack in space. He arrived before Owen in the blink of an eye. Kun Tian, what are you doing? The sudden turn of events immediately caused Owen's face to change drastically. His eyes widened as unconcealable shock and disbelief filled his eyes. He was shocked by the strength that Kun Tian displayed at this moment. It was simply much more powerful than the rumors said. Furthermore, it was even more powerful than when he fought with Jia Di. This sword already made him feel a strong sense of threat. What was unbelievable was that Kun Tian was just too bold. What was this place? This was the imperial capital of the Darkstar race, and it was where the 10 divine halls resided. He had actually struck out so decisively, and he had used his full strength right from the start. He was utterly fearless. Madman, he really is a madman. Owen could not help but curse inside as he noticed the viciousness and madness in Jianshan's eyes. Although he had already learnt from Jia Di that Kun Tian had become an unreasonable madman who did not care about the consequences after losing his memories, he did not take it too seriously in the past. Only today did he truly experience just how crazy Kun Tian had become after losing his memories. Even though Owen was shocked by Kun Tian's sudden attack, he was a primordial realm expert after all. He reacted extremely quickly as well. A sword immediately appeared in his hand, and powerful energy surged as he directly blocked in front of him. Owen did not dare to directly strike out above the imperial capital fearlessly like Jianshan. He was afraid that he would end up with some unmanageable consequences. Kun Tian, stop. Kun Tian, this is the imperial capital, and it's one of the 10 divine halls. How can you act so recklessly? Kun Tian, have you gone mad? Why don't you take a look at where you are? At the same time, the expressions of the hall masters gathered there changed drastically. They all roared out furiously. However, a battle was unavoidable. At that crucial moment, they could only work together to create a barrier and isolate the space. The 10th Hall Master, Feng Shui, and the 2nd Hall Master, Anna, clearly understood the severity of the matter. Primordial realm experts could not be allowed to act recklessly in the imperial capital because the shock waves of energy were just too powerful. It would affect all the clansmen in the city below. As a result, the two of them were forced to work together with the other 4 hall masters to create a barrier. Behind them, the vice hall masters present did not stand around idly either. They all contributed, pouring out surging energy to strengthen the barrier. Boom! Almost at the same time as the barrier formed, Jianshan's strike struck Owen's sword mercilessly with overwhelming power. The power was shocking and terrifying. Owen's body shook violently the moment they came in contact. He had struck out hastily, so he was naturally unable to block the strike. He was blown away, slamming into the barrier behind him heavily, causing it to tremble violently. Kun Tian, stop. Even if you want to fight, you can't fight here. Feng Shui's voice rang out with some worry. However, Jianchen did not seem to hear her at all. He also seemed to have completely descended into madness, having lost all rationality. He could not hear anything. His eyes were completely red and bloodshot. His madness did not weaken at all. Instead, it became even more powerful. He laughed aloud. Ha ha ha, don't you want an explanation? I'll give you an explanation. I'll give you an explanation right now. As he spoke, the aura on his body surged. He was wearing the divine armor and holding the divine sword. Both the divine armor and the divine sword emitted dazzling light. The powerful energy was earth-shattering. He attacked again, slashing at Owen with all his might. Owen's face darkened and paled. He had never thought that the situation would develop like this. In particular, when he saw the scarlet light in Kuan Tian's eyes that had clearly lost all rationality, he actually began to feel some regret. The next moment, with a deafening roar, Jianchen and Owen exchanged blows again. However, it was obvious that Owen could not attack as recklessly as Jianchen. Hence, he could only defend passively. As a result, he let out a muffled groan from Jianchen's attack. His body flew out again, colliding with the energy barrier created by the combined efforts of several hall masters and many deputy hall masters, causing it to tremble violently. On the other side, Jianchen was still laughing. He seemed to be at his peak. Moreover, there was a faint layer of blood-red light emanating from his body. Since the appearance of the blood-red light, his already powerful presence rose again. The energy fluctuations on his body became even more terrifying. Oh no, he's burning his blood essence. He's burning his blood essence. Burning his blood essence? Oh no, Kuan Tian has completely lost his rationality. How can he burn his blood essence? Quick, stop him! Seeing this scene, the expressions of all the hall masters from both camps changed. They were all horrified. Burning his blood essence. Was this a battle to the death? The palace masters of the two camps had been fighting for so many years, and they had fought more than once, but they had never developed into such a situation where they would not rest until one of them was dead. Even serious injuries were rare, and most of the time, they would stop after a certain point. Chapter 2893. Seeing that Kuan Tian had gone crazy to such an unreasonable extent, the sixth hall master was a little dumbfounded. Because of Kuan Tian's current state, even Owen himself suspected that he had some deep enmity with Kuan Tian in the past. Otherwise, why would Kuan Tian act like this? Kuan Tian, you have to understand that you're the one who insulted the vice-leader of my sixth hall first. I'm only asking for an explanation. Don't go too far. Owen actually became rather fearful at that moment. After all, the primordial realm experts of the Darkstar world were not the same as the primordial realm experts of the Saints world. There had never been any battles to the death between primordial realm experts in the Darkstar race. When they were in the Divine King's realm, their battles to the death were extremely rare. The reason why all of them were far more powerful than cultivators of the Saints' world at the same level of cultivation was because the amount of time they spent at each level of cultivation could be described as astronomical. They were so sturdy that basically no one in the Saints' world could match them. On the other hand, the cultivators of the Saints' world would experience countless battles to the death with each level of cultivation. As a result, the Darkstar race was naturally weaker than the Saints' world in terms of viciousness. It was true that the reckless were afraid of the unreasonable, and the unreasonable were afraid of those who did not care about their lives. Hence, when he saw Kuan Tian looking like he was going to risk his life, Owen immediately panicked, and no longer had the aggressive attitude from before. A few of the leaders who maintained the barrier had already withdrawn their energy. They were prepared to stop Kuan Tian together. They could already tell that Kuan Tian's strength was not much weaker than Owen's. In fact, they were evenly matched. Kuan Tian was already so powerful. Coupled with the increase in his combat strength after burning his blood essence, Owen was no match for him. Unless Owen was as crazy as Kuan Tian, burning his essence blood without any regard for the consequences. However, they clearly would not allow the matter to develop to that point. Maintain the energy barrier. Leave the rest to the Emperor. At this moment, a calm voice rang out from above. It came from the Darkstar Emperor in the Imperial Palace. Upon hearing the great Emperor's voice, the extremely nervous Hall Masters and Deputy Hall Masters immediately heaved a sigh of relief, as though they had found their savior. Since the great Emperor had personally stepped in, he would be able to suppress anything that happened. With that said, a huge royal seal descended from the sky, emitting a dazzling light. It was as though a small sun had appeared in the sky, bringing with it a majestic pressure that could suppress everything as it came crashing down on Jianshan. A medium-grade divine artifact, and a relatively intact one at that. Jianshan's heart shivered. In the Saints' world, only chaotic primes possessed medium-quality god artifact. Of course, there were extremely few peak infinite primes who possessed them as well. As a matter of fact, even some of the less wealthy peak experts who had just become grand primes still used medium-quality god artifacts when they did not possess high-quality god artifact. Medium-quality god artifacts were so powerful that low-quality god artifacts could not be compared to them. However, only chaotic primes could unleash their full power. Now that the Darkstar Emperor actually possessed a relatively intact medium-quality god artifact, the pressure on Jianshan immediately increased. Even though the Darkstar Emperor was unable to unleash the full power of a medium-quality god artifact, just a portion of it was enough to shake up the world. Jianshan did not try to resist or dodge the descending royal seal. Instead, he only looked at Owen as if he did not notice the descending royal seal at all. Bang! With a heavy sound, the descending royal seal directly crushed down on Jianshan with irresistible power. As it constantly radiated, it immediately stopped Jianshan from moving. Of course, even though he was suppressed by the royal seal, Jianshan continued to act like he was insane. The redness in his eyes did not vanish, and he continued to act like he had lost his mind. He stared at Owen with a pair of crazy eyes as he roared out furiously. The Darkstar Emperor clearly had no intentions of harming Jianshan. As a result, even though the royal seal was filled with power, it only stopped Jianshan from moving. It did not harm him at all. Kuan Tian, why don't you wake up? The Darkstar Emperor's voice rang out from the sky. His voice was very flat, but it was filled with an unquestionable dignity. Moreover, the voice seemed to possess some sort of charm. It possessed a certain level of soul-sucking power, causing the souls of the Hall Lords and Vice-Hall Lords to tremble. It was soul-sucking. After the Darkstar Emperor finished speaking, the several Hall Masters on the scene discovered that the veins in Kuan Tian's eyes were actually slowly fading away. His entire person gradually calmed down. Finally, after a few breaths, the various Hall Masters finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was because they could already see the normal expression in Kuan Tian's eyes. They knew that Kuan Tian, who had sunk into madness, had completely recovered. The Darkstar Emperor's royal seal also flew into the sky, and the suppressive force vanished. Feng Shui arrived in front of Jianshan in a flash. Her face was filled with undisguised concern and worry. Kuan Tian, you're finally awake. Do you know what you were doing? You really scared me to death. Kuan Tian, what happened to you earlier? Why did you suddenly become like that? The second Hall Lord, an Erna, also came in front of Jianshan and asked with a frown. Jianshan took a few deep breaths and revealed a look of lingering fear. It's the Astral Beast. The Astral Beast's memories I obtained in the depths of Two-World Mountain were mixed with a little bit of ruthlessness. I was unknowingly affected by it. The only thought in my mind was slaughter and destruction, death and destruction. Upon hearing that, Feng Shui and an Erna's expressions changed. They turned extremely solemn. At this moment, the 5 Hall Masters on the opposite side were also looking at each other. In fact, some of their eyes were even filled with fear. This was because Jianshan's final sentence, The only thought in my mind was slaughter and destruction, death and destruction, made all of their pupils contract. If Kuan Tian really became like that, where he would lose his mind and go on a killing spree after being slightly angered, who would dare to provoke him in the future? Who would provoke a lunatic who could engage in a life-and-death battle with their lives at any time over such a trivial matter? At that moment, the Sixth Hall Lord, Owen, was so regretful that his intestines turned green. If he had known that Kuan Tian would completely lose control after being slightly angered, he would never have personally stepped in. In the end, not only did he fail to regain his dignity, he even ended up in a sorry state. He had really gone for wool and come home shorn. A figure descended from the sky. The Dark Star Emperor had personally appeared. From his appearance, he looked like a young man in his 20s. He was extraordinarily handsome, but his eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. Greetings, Great Emperor! Chapter 2894. However, the Dark Star Emperor seemed to only have eyes for Jianchen. He stared at Jianchen without blinking at all. His gaze was not sharp, and his brows would furrow and relax at times. Quite a while later, the Dark Star Emperor said in a gloomy voice, "My soul has been affected, and we're unable to resolve it right now. Not to mention, it's related to Star Beast." The Dark Star Emperor's voice was filled with powerlessness. Not only were the Dark Star race powerless over the injuries to the soul, but it was also an extremely troublesome matter even in the saints' world. Kuan Tian, the Emperor, already knows about what happened in the 100 Saints city. Even if Si Wuqing was at fault first, you shouldn't have humiliated her. You still need to give the Sixth Hall an explanation for this matter. Let's start with the medicinal garden. In the future, before the fruit of Tao ripens, your Fifth Hall will be in charge of the Sixth Hall's divine crystals, said the Dark Star Emperor. Kuan Tian, what do you think of the Emperor's suggestion? The Dark Star Emperor was stern. Although his voice was calm and relaxed, he did not lose his dignity. Yes, Emperor. Jianchen clasped his fist. He was not worried about the divine crystals. If nothing unexpected happened, the 100 Saints city would receive a large batch of supreme-grade divine crystals soon. It would be more than enough. Owen, what about your 6th divine hall? The Dark Star Emperor looked at Owen and the others. Thank you for upholding justice, Emperor. Our 6th divine hall will follow your arrangements, Owen said with the Vice Hall Masters of the 6th Hall in a hurry. In reality, after learning that Kuan Tian's current condition was unstable and that he could lose his mind at any time, the 6th Divine Hall had already given up on seeking justice. Now that the Dark Star Emperor had personally stepped forward and settled the matter with a single word, not only did he help them regain their dignity, but he had also resolved the problem of the supply of divine crystals that the 6th Hall faced. This was already the best outcome for the 6th Hall Master, who had already given up on provoking Kuan Tian. The Dark Star Great Emperor swept his gaze across all the Hall Masters present and said indifferently, "I'm sure you've all seen Kuan Tian's situation. He's been affected by the memories of the Star Beast. Once he's angered, he'll lose control. So during this period of time, remember not to have any more conflict. Now that the day of the grand sacrificial ceremony is approaching, all palace masters must not cause any more trouble." Yes, Great Emperor. The 3rd Hall, 4th Hall, 6th Hall, 7th Hall, and 9th Hall Masters all agreed. In fact, there was no need for the Dark Star Great Emperor to say anything. After personally witnessing Kuan Tian's madness of risking his life, all of them felt fear in their hearts. They had already made up their minds to not provoke Kuan Tian before he returned to normal. With the intervention of the Dark Star Emperor, the matter of Jianchen humiliating the 6th Palace's Deputy Palace Master in the 100 Saints city was finally resolved, with the 5th Palace providing the 6th Palace with the energy supply of the divine crystals. Subsequently, all the Hall Masters dispersed. Before the 7th Hall Master, Jia Di, left, he glanced at Jianchen with an unwilling look. Now that the supply of divine crystals had increased, The 10 divine halls were facing a shortage of divine crystals. Their 7th hall's deputy palace master, Unveil, would go to the 100 Saints city. If there were no accidents, he would be able to harvest a large amount of divine crystals. At that time, it would be more than enough to fill the gap in the herb garden, and there would still be a large surplus. However, Kuan Tian's departure completely destroyed the 7th hall's beautiful matter. Today, a large part of the reason why he stood up for the 6th divine hall was that he wanted to use the matter of the 6th divine hall as a pretext to put pressure on Kuan Tian and recover some of the losses in the 100 Saints city. But after seeing Kuan Tian's state, he didn't dare to force him. He could only leave with a resentful heart. After the 5 palace masters left, the 2nd hall master, Anna, asked about Jianshan's current situation with concern, and then returned to his own divine hall. Feng Shui was the last person to leave. She went to the 5th palace and sat for a while. She was very worried about Kuan Tian's current unstable mental state. After asking about his well-being, she reluctantly left the 5th palace. Suddenly, the 5th palace regained its former tranquility. Jianshan, who had experienced a storm not long ago, sat on the palace master's throne as if nothing had happened. He was calculating how many divine crystals the 100 Saints city would bring him. At this moment, a special envoy from the Dark Star Divine Hall came to the 5th palace, bowed to Jianshan who was sitting on the throne, and said in a slightly respectful tone, "5th Palace Master, the Great Emperor summons you to go to the Dark Star Divine Hall quickly." Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Jianshan's eyes, and then his gaze condensed slightly. He carefully recalled what he had done during this period of time in his mind. After confirming that there were no flaws, he immediately got up and left the 5th palace. He soared into the sky and flew directly to the Dark Star Divine Hall suspended above his head. In the Dark Star Divine Hall, in the magnificent hall, the Dark Star Emperor seemed to have been waiting for a long time. He sat on the throne and looked at Jianshan, who stepped into the Divine Hall. "Greetings to the Great Emperor." Jianshan came to the center of the hall and bowed with a solemn expression. "Kuan Tian, the Emperor summons you for one thing. Have you recovered your memory?" The Dark Star Emperor sat on the throne and asked calmly. "Not yet." Jianshan shook his head. "The day of the great sacrifice is approaching. If your memory has not recovered, it will more or less affect the great sacrifice. And this great sacrifice concerns the fate of our entire clan. It is of utmost importance and there is no room for any mistakes. Therefore, you must recover your memory as soon as possible," the Dark Star Emperor said in an indisputable tone. In the face of such a major event that concerned the fate of the entire clan, he would not allow any unstable factors to exist. "Yes, Great Emperor. In fact, I also obtained an extremely extraordinary elixir in this trip to the 100 Saints city. This elixir may have some possibility of continuing my recovery," Jianshan said. The Dark Star Emperor nodded slightly and said, "That's good. Take the elixir now. The Emperor will personally guard you. Someone, go and get the 9 apertures spiritual liquid that the Emperor has been accumulating for many years." "Yes, Great Emperor." Outside the Dark Star Sacred Palace, a servant quickly returned with a white jade bottle and handed it to the Dark Star Emperor. The Dark Star Emperor held the bottle and said, "The 9 apertures spiritual liquid comes from the Saints' world. Our Dark Star race is unable to create a treasure like this. It also targets the soul. It can heal and purify the soul. Now that the great sacrifice is around the corner, the Emperor will use the 9 apertures spiritual liquid on you. I hope it can completely heal all the problems on your soul." Jianshan hesitated and said, "Great Emperor, it probably won't be effective unless it's at God tier." "Don't worry. Even though the 9 apertures spiritual liquid was not at God tier when I first obtained it, the Dark Star Emperor has been accumulating it for many years. However, after so many years of nurturing by me, the 9 apertures spiritual liquid has already reached the God tier. It's even effective on primordial realm experts, said the Dark Star Emperor. Afterwards, he paused slightly and called out gently, Tian Sheng? Chapter 2895. The figure was blurry and illusionary. It seemed to have been condensed from a thin layer of mist, giving off the impression that it was a soul. However, his face was blurry, and it was impossible to make out his features. He could only roughly tell from his energetic voice that he was a middle-aged man. Ever since the illusionary figure appeared, Jianshan stared at him without blinking. He was surprised and uncertain. This was because he had failed to discover how the figure had appeared there. Even though he was right before him, the senses of his soul were unable to detect him at all. When his soul swept past him, all he could see was nothingness. There were no traces at all. It seems a little like a soul, but it doesn't seem like it either, Jianshan thought. For a moment, he was actually unable to see through the illusionary figure's form even with his vision and experience. He was a soul, and a portion of the power of the soul did exist. However, it was very different from what he knew of souls. It did not seem to be a pure soul. At the same time, Jianshan struggled to sense his strength. On the surface, his soul seemed to be equivalent to the Divine King, but he also felt like it had surpassed the Divine King. It had reached an unfathomable level. In short, the illusory figure that had suddenly appeared gave Jianshan a feeling that he was unable to see through it. Tian Xingxian, you are far more knowledgeable and experienced than the Emperor. Please guide Kun Tian when he recovers his soul, the Dark Star Emperor said calmly. The Dark Star Emperor said calmly. He was clearly very respectful towards the mysterious person known as the Heavenly Sage. There was actually a rare trace of respect in his tone. The grand ceremony this time is far too important. Kun Tian is the master of a hall, so he plays an important role in the grand ceremony. As a result, he needs to recover his memories. If that weren't the case, the Emperor would not be willing to disturb Tian Xingxian, the Dark Star Emperor continued. The Great Emperor is being too serious. It is my duty to help the Great Emperor, Tian Xingxian said with a chuckle, his tone neither servile nor overbearing. Jianshan, on the other hand, felt apprehensive. He had also looked through some of the records of the Darkstar race, and at the same time, the three Vice Hall Masters had explained quite a bit about the people and matters of the Darkstar race. However, he had not heard a single clue about the Heaven Sage, which made him feel doubtful. Logically speaking, there was no reason for someone like Sky Sage to not know of his existence. Bingyuan, Ta Luo, and Dou Wujin should have told him. At this moment, the Dark Star Emperor turned to Jianshan and said, Kun Tian, apart from the Emperor, no one else in the Dark Star race knows of Tianxing's existence. You must remember not to mention Tianxing to anyone. Jianshan came to a realization and hurriedly responded. Then, he could not help but glance at Tian Xingxian, and immediately took him seriously. His instincts told him that Tian Xingxian was anything but simple. Of course, what truly surprised him was that Tian Xingxian's existence had actually been hidden in the Dark Star race for so many years. Now, he had no idea how long Tian Xingxian had been in the Dark Star race. It would be fine if he had not been there for a long time, but if he had already existed for a very long time, it would be rather terrifying. Jianshan could not help but secretly become vigilant as a result. Kun Tian, let's begin. First, take the pill you obtained in the 100 Saints City. If that pill is not enough to help you recover, then I'll use the 9 Apertures spiritual liquid to add fuel to the fire, said Tian Xingxian. His tone was kind, giving off an amiable feeling. Jianshan hesitated slightly before saying with some doubt, Emperor, I think Tian Xingxian is only equivalent to a divine king. Can a divine king assist a primordial realm expert in recovering? Or does Tian Xingxian possess an extremely great mastery over the soul, where even we can only look up to him in the dust? The Darkstar Emperor did not find Kuan Tian's doubts strange at all, as even he could not tell what level of cultivation Tian Xingxian possessed. It was just that most of the time, Tian Xingxian did seem like a divine king. Anyone would object to a divine king interfering with the recovery of a primordial realm expert. Kuan Tian, you mustn't underestimate Tian Xing, and you mustn't disrespect him in the slightest. This is because Tian Xing is not only a great sage of our clan, but also the person with the highest seniority in our clan. If you really want to talk about it, Tian Xingxian is our senior. Moreover, Tian Xingxian's strength is nowhere near as simple as it seems. As a result, you cannot treat Tian Xingxian as a divine king. As for his mastery over the soul, Tian Xingxian can indeed be regarded as the greatest in our race. With Tian Xingxian guiding you, your chances of recovery will increase drastically, the Darkstar Emperor explained patiently. Emperor, there's something I don't understand. Tian Xingxian's seniority is actually greater than everyone in our race, so why has no one known about him after all these years? Jianchen asked. He was extremely cautious about Tian Xingxian. Enough, stop asking. I can't tell you the exact details about Tian Xingxian right now, as that's the greatest secret of our race. When it's time to tell you, the Emperor will naturally tell you. The Darkstar Emperor was unwilling to say anything more. Clearly, Tian Xingxian's identity was just too sensitive, where even people like the 10 leaders did not know about him. Jianchen knew that he would not be able to get anything more out of him, so he did not waste any more time. Instead, he immediately sat down and swallowed the pill he had obtained from the Jade Pill sect. What a pity! The grade of this pill is quite good. Even in the Saints' world, it's rare. I didn't want to waste it like this, but I have no choice now. Jianchen felt extremely helpless when he swallowed the pill. After all, this was a pill for healing the soul. Its effects were definitely greater than the scarlet glazed fruit. Even Jianchen felt rather pained over wasting such a precious pill. This was because regular pills were relatively easy to obtain in the Saints' world. However, pills that could heal the soul, especially those that possessed the presence of pure souls, were truly rare. Tian Xingxian, I'll be troubling you, the Darkstar Emperor said to Tian Xingxian secretly when he saw how Kuan Tian had already entered a state of recovery. You're too polite, Emperor. I will do my best, Tian Xingxian replied back. Tian Xingxian also replied through a communication technique. He was neither haughty nor humble. His eyes hidden in the mist also looked at Jianchen's face as he smiled mysteriously. Chapter 2896. On the other side, Jianchen seemed to enter a selfless state of healing after ingesting the pill from the Jade Pill sect. But in reality, he didn't treat his injuries at all, because he wasn't injured at all. Swallowing the medicinal pill and assuming a meditative state was just an act on the surface. In reality, he was extremely vigilant in his heart, and secretly raised his vigilance to the highest level. He wasn't wary of the Darkstar Emperor, and he wasn't too worried that the Darkstar Emperor would notice any clues. Although the Darkstar Emperor possessed supreme strength, where he could challenge those at a higher level and possess battle prowess on par with first heavenly layer chaotic primes or even second heavenly layer chaotic primes, Jianchen was confident he could retreat safely from an expert like that. What he truly feared was Tian Xingxian, who had suddenly appeared. In particular, after learning about Tian Xingxian's origins, his fear towards Tian Xingxian had reached an unprecedented level. This was because he could not see through Tian Xingxian at all. Tian Xingxian was like a cloud of mist, enveloping him and hiding him deeply. Jianchen knew that the more a person acted like that, the more terrifying they were. It had to be mentioned that the pill from the Jade Pill sect was extraordinarily effective. Even if his soul was not injured at all, the pill would still provide him with great nourishment. With the effects of the pill, Jianchen immediately felt his soul become refreshed as if it had been cleansed. Not only had it become more condensed, but the presence of the purest soul within the pill had the wondrous effect of strengthening his soul, making it even more robust. As a result, Jianchen could clearly sense his soul increase slightly after ingesting the pill. Even though the increase was not very great due to the number of purer souls or the quality of the purer souls, it was truly an increase. After all, with his current level of cultivation and the strength of his soul, it was absolutely not an easy task for him to improve again. However, a single pill was able to bring about such an effect, and it was sufficient to show how precious this pill was. It is said that this medicinal pellet was personally refined by the ancestor of the Jade Pellet sect, as expected of a divine pellet born from the hands of a peak expert. Even under the extremely harsh conditions of being sent to the Dark Star realm, he was still able to refine such an astonishing medicinal pellet. If it were the Saint's world, the effects of the pill would definitely be even more astonishing. Jianchen secretly admired the ancestor of the Jade Pill sect. Although he had taken advantage of the Jade Pill sect, the Jade Pill sect's old ancestors' attainments in alchemy had indeed reached the peak of perfection. Before long, the effects of the pill gradually ran out. However, Tian Xingxian, who Jianchen had always been on guard against, did not do anything at all. Jianchen did not sense any senses of his soul at all. He could not help but doubt himself. Had Tian Xingxian really been sent by the Darkstar Emperor to assist him? If he was assisting him, why did he not do anything at all? Kun Tian, you can leave first. At this moment, Tian Xingxian suddenly said. At this moment, Tian Xingxian suddenly spoke. With that, Jianchen, who was still sitting with his eyes closed and pretending to heal, was shocked. At that moment, he even felt a sliver of shock inside. Ever since he had swallowed the pill, he had not moved at all. He had remained motionless like a statue. Yet, Tian Xingxian had been able to tell with great precision that the pill had run out of efficacy without releasing his consciousness. How could he not be shocked? Tian Xingxian, what are you doing? A sliver of surprise appeared in the Darkstar Emperor's eyes. He looked at Kun Tian hesitantly. He had no idea whether Kun Tian was awake or not. After a while of silence he asked, Kun Tian, have you recovered your memories? Jianchen opened his eyes. The disappointment on his face was undisguised. He stood up and clasped his fist at the Darkstar Emperor. I've let you down. I haven't recovered? The doubt in the Darkstar Emperor's eyes deepened. If Kun Tian had not recovered, he had prepared the 9 orifices spiritual liquid. It was also a rare item that was greatly beneficial to the soul. So why did Tian Xingxian ask Kun Tian to leave? Tian Xingxian did not answer. Instead, he continued to say to Jianchen, Kun Tian, there's nothing for you to do here. You can leave for now. The Darkstar Emperor was filled with doubt. However, out of his absolute trust in Tian Xingxian, he followed Tian Xingxian's wishes and allowed Jianchen to leave. Tian Xingxian, can you clear up the doubts of the Emperor? The Darkstar Emperor asked Tian Xingxian after Jianchen left. Your Majesty, I have not sensed any damage to Kun Tian's soul. If it really is, it means that it's beyond my abilities. Forgive me for being powerless, Tian Xingxian said calmly. The Darkstar Emperor frowned. No damage? Since there's no damage, why hasn't Kun Tian's memory recovered? Perhaps it's because of the Soul Destruction Land. After all, this place is one of the most dangerous places formed after the fall of the Star Beast. It's not strange for anything that involves the level of the Star Beast to be unexplainable, Tian Xingxian said. The Darkstar Emperor nodded in agreement. He knew the land of soul destruction better than anyone else because he had stayed there for quite some time in the past, so he had experienced all sorts of dangers there. Therefore, in the Darkstar Emperor's opinion, it was not incomprehensible that Kun Tian had lost his memory even though his soul had recovered. After all, this was related to the soul extinguishing land, and the level involved was too high. Tian Xingxian, is there really no other way? If Kun Tian does not recover his memories, It will definitely have a great impact on the great ritual. The Dark Star Emperor was still unwilling to give up even the slightest hope. After all, this was a great ceremony that could decide the fate of the entire race. There was no room for any carelessness, let alone the slightest mistake. Tian Xingxian shook his head and said nothing. The Dark Star Emperor could not help but sigh. Looks like we can only think of other ways. On the other side, as soon as Jianchen returned to the fifth divine hall, he immediately shut himself in a secret room. In the dimly lit secret room, Jianchen sat with his legs crossed with his eyes closed. His expression was calm and peaceful, but in truth, his heart was like a surging ocean. What he had experienced in the Dark Star Divine Hall kept replaying in his mind. That mysterious Tian Xingxian had made him feel an immense threat that he had never felt before. This was a threat. Perhaps it did not concern his own life, but his true identity. This was because he clearly did not sense any movements from Tian Xingxian in the Dark Star Divine Hall, nor did he spread out his consciousness at all. Yet Tian Xingxian could tell that the effects of the divine pill had been exhausted. To be able to do that, it meant that Tian Xingxian's strength had reached an extremely terrifying level. Of course, if it was just this, it could be understood that Tian Xingxian might have some special ability that allowed him to ignore the difference in realms and keenly sense some changes in the divine pill. However, as for the 9 apertures spiritual liquid, the Dark Star Emperor originally wanted to continue using the 9 apertures spiritual liquid to let Kuan Tian recover his memories in case the divine pill failed. However, when the divine pill's effects were exhausted, Tian Xingxian did not have the slightest intention of letting him continue using the 9 apertures spiritual liquid. Instead, he directly asked him to leave. It was as if he expected that even if he used the 9 apertures spiritual liquid, it would not have any effect. Or it could be said that Tian Xingxian wanted to keep the 9 apertures spiritual liquid and did not want such a precious thing to be used on him. However, regardless of the result, it gave Jianchen a great sense of crisis. He was very worried that his identity would be seen through by Tian Xingxian. Or had he been seen through by Tian Xingxian? Many thoughts flashed through Jianchen's mind, causing his expression to change. Although he did not value this identity, without it, it would be much more difficult for him to rescue Siyu. Furthermore, he had promised the heartless child to disrupt the Dark Star tribe's ritual. Chapter 2897. I never thought that the Dark Star race would actually have someone like Tian Xingxian. It looks like I have to be careful in the future. But most importantly, I still don't know whether Tian Xingxian has seen through my identity or not. He probably hasn't. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to remain so calm when he suddenly discovered that the 5th Hall Master of the Dark Star race was no longer the same person, Jianchen thought. He had always been paying attention to Tian Xingxian's every move in the Dark Star Divine Hall. Now that he thought about it, Tian Xingxian had remained extremely calm the entire time in the Dark Star Divine Hall. He did not seem to be affected at all. The mask that Senior Mo Tianyun gave me is extraordinary. As long as I wear the mask, even Grand Primes won't be able to see through my true identity. The mask will only lose its effects when I encounter people who have reached the peak of 9th heavenly layer of Grand Primes. Although I don't know where Tian Xingxian came from or what abilities he has, it's impossible for him to be an expert like that. That's because this is the Dark Star world. It's a special place where chaotic primes have never appeared. Jianchen's anxious heart finally settled down when he thought up to there. He calmed down. Of course, his greatest source of confidence was his own strength. Apart from the Dark Star Emperor, there really was no one who could threaten him in the current Dark Star race. However, after learning about Tian Xingxian's existence, Jianchen understood something. Although the Dark Star race was small, they had once been glorious. Even though they had declined now, they could not be underestimated. For a special existence like the Heaven Sage that no one knew about, no one knew if there were any more hidden in the Dark Star realm. And how many were there? This made him a little more fearful of the Dark Star race, which was relatively weak compared to the rest of his race. What Jian Chen did not know was that while he was in the secret room of the Fifth Divine Hall, the illusory Tian Xingxian hovered silently in the Imperial Palace above the 10 Divine Halls like a ghost. His eyes were hidden in the mist, and no one could see them. He was currently staring in the direction of the Fifth Divine Hall. His gaze seemed to be able to lock onto Jianchen's current location with great precision. He was actually staring in the direction of the secret room with great precision. Jianchen, oh Jianchen, you've caused quite a lot of trouble in the Dark Star race recently. You wear a strange mask, so no one in the Dark Star race can see through your true identity aside from me. Losing your memories has covered up all possible openings, but you can't really fool the upper echelon of the Dark Star race. It's fine if it happens once or twice, but if it happens too often, it will eventually be exposed. It doesn't matter if you're exposed, but if you delay my important matters, then you deserve to die. Although, you can't die in the Dark Star realm yet. I hope that my appearance will make you more vigilant. Don't be as unbridled as before. Since you've chosen the identity of Kuan Tian, then you must play the role of Kuan Tian to the end. Tian Xingxian hovered in the air like a ghost. No one could discover his existence as he muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. In the next few days, Jianchen did not leave the Fifth Divine Hall. On the surface, he was researching the high-grade Divine King grass, as if he was exploring and trying to use the energy inside the Divine King grass, but in reality, he was thinking of countermeasures for the various situations that he might encounter later. The existence of Tian Xingxian forced Jianchen to prepare for the worst in advance. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Today was the deadline that Jianchen gave the 100 Holy City 3 days to collect divine crystals. 3 days have passed. I wonder how the collection of divine crystals in the 100 Saints City is going. After 3 days, Jianchen walked out of the secret room. He handed over the several hundred stalks of divine king grass that he had destroyed in the past 3 days to the servants to deal with. He then left with Bing Yuan. The Dark Star Emperor knows about what happened in 100 Saints City pretty quickly. He is already paying attention to that place personally and has even planted spies inside. Plus, there is a mysterious and strange heavenly sage. It seems that I have to be more careful in 100 Saints City. Jianchen thought. After the trip to the Dark Star Divine Palace, his vigilance had increased greatly. In the 100 Saints City, all the forces stationed in the 100 Saints City had gathered in the Temple of the Gods. Everyone sat in front of the huge conference table in the Temple of the Gods without saying a word, making the atmosphere in the Temple of the Gods extremely gloomy. This was because a sentence was echoing in their minds for a long time. It was the 50 places of protection given by the Fifth Hall Master 3 days ago. The results of these 50 places directly caused the anxiety and uneasiness in their hearts to grow stronger every time they swept their eyes across the crowd. Although there were not 100 forces gathered in the Temple of the Gods, there were still 80 to 90. This meant that at least 1/3 of the forces could not continue to survive in the 100 Saints City. The elimination rate was simply too high. It was so high that all of the major powers present felt a sense of danger. Has the family not sent a message yet? In the Temple of the Gods, Lei Jun of the Heavenly Thunder Clan asked the servant beside him more than once. He could be said to be the most nervous and worried one among the people present. This was because the geniuses of the other forces had almost all collected enough divine crystals, but there was still no news from the Heavenly Thunder Clan. The servant shook his head. He was also very nervous. Could it be that the Heavenly Thunder Clan had already given up the foundation of the Dark Star Clan? The Fifth Hall Master has arrived. At this moment, a loud voice came from outside the Temple of the Gods. The geniuses sitting at the conference table stood up with a swoosh. They all looked solemn as they saluted the Fifth Hall Master in unison. Jianchen directly made his way to the main seat and sat down. Bing Yuan followed beside him silently, but the light in his eyes flickered slightly. He looked at the prodigies with some eagerness hidden in his gaze. Because the fifth hall was about to run out of divine crystals. Although they had already purchased a large amount of divine crystals, it was still not enough. Whether they could solve the problem of divine crystals supply completely depended on today. Chapter 2898. Honorable Lord Temple Master, our Lutian family has prepared 5 billion top-grade divine crystals. We hope that we can obtain Lord Temple Master's protection for 500 years. Our heavenly sect has also prepared 5 billion top-grade divine crystals. We have specially come to offer it to Lord Temple Master. The representatives of the various major powers were waiting for Jianshan to say those words. Thus, when Jianshan spoke, all the powers gathered in the Temple of All Gods took out a space ring that they had prepared. Every space ring was filled with 5 billion top-grade divine crystals. Moreover, the number would only increase. When Jianshan's spiritual sense swept over the space rings, he even discovered that there were several space rings that had over 7 billion top-grade divine crystals prepared. There was an extra 2 billion. The purpose of the extra amount was naturally self-evident. However, what made Jianshan sigh in his heart was that one of the space rings that had over 7 billion top-grade divine crystals prepared just so happened to be from He Qianqian. It was very clear that the Tianhe clan truly valued certain unique and rare resources in the Dark Star realm very much. They were unable to bring in divine-level heavenly treasures or medicinal pellets that could heal injuries to the origin spirit. It was also very difficult for them to pay the great price of 10 billion top-quality divine crystals every 100 years that Jia Di had requested. However, the Tianhe clan actually did not hesitate to pay an excessive price of 1 billion top-quality divine crystals every 100 years in order to obtain one of the 50 quotas. This caused Jianshan to sigh in his heart. At the same time, he also felt a bit of reluctance. After all, at least in the Dark Star realm, he was still a member of the Tianhe family in name. Furthermore, during the period of time in the Dark Star realm, He Qianqian had treated him rather well. In his heart, he had also treated He Qianqian as a friend. Unfortunately, he had to let He Qianqian enter the Dark Star realm. To her, this was a form of protection. The space rings all had their screens removed. Thus, Bing Yuan, who was standing beside Jianshan, also used his spiritual sense to observe the number of divine crystals in the space rings. This immediately caused Bing Yuan to suck in a breath of cold air. Soon after, his face flushed red. Every single force had prepared at least 5 billion divine crystals. None of them had prepared less than 5 billion divine crystals. Now that there were dozens of forces present, the amount of divine crystals they had gathered was truly an astronomical figure. Now that the Dark Star clan was on the verge of breaking through, the energy they required had increased by several dozen times, or even 100 times. As a result, the entire Dark Star clan was extremely lacking in divine crystals. With the help of so many divine crystals, they would definitely be able to resolve their current situation. A satisfied smile appeared on Jianshan's face as well. He said, very good, very good. Since all of you have fulfilled my requirements on time, I will naturally keep my promise and protect 50 of you. Now, place your spatial rings on the table, and I will choose 50 of them. Therefore, the many heavenly legends gathered in the Pantheon Palace placed the 50 space rings on the conference table, one by one with excitement and anxiety. Jianshan sank into his thoughts, as if he was considering which of them he should protect. Finally, after a few seconds of hesitation, he chose the first force. He extended his finger, and a single space ring immediately levitated up from the many space rings on the conference table and hovered before him. This meant that he had accepted the spatial ring. As for the owner of the spatial ring who took it out, their faction would be protected for 500 years from now on. Of course, this protection would be granted in the name of the Fifth Hall Master, Kuan Tian. On the other hand, The faction that had been chosen revealed an excited expression. Their hearts, which had been in their throats, finally settled down. After all, there were only 50 spots, while there were 70 or 80 forces gathered in the Pantheon Palace. At least a third of them would be eliminated. Afterwards, Jianchen moved faster and faster. Space rings hovered before him one after another. All the chosen forces became excited, as if they had been relieved of a heavy burden. As for the forces that had not been chosen, they became more and more nervous. In particular, when the number of space rings before Jianchen reached 40, a few heavenly legends struggled to maintain their composure. Nervousness and worry appeared on their faces, and there were even people whose heads were covered in sweat. He Qianqian was one of them. Even on her country-toppling face, a bit of paleness could be seen. Hao Jia from the Prosper Plane was also extremely nervous. Even though Hao Jia was extremely powerful in the Saints' world, it was still difficult for them to collect some rare resources. If they lost some of the special resources in the Dark Star world, it would greatly affect the cultivation of Hao Jia's talents. Very soon, the number of space rings before Jianchen reached 49. There was only one spot left. Most of the forces that had not been chosen had already fallen into despair. All of them seemed to have lost their wits. Finally, He Qianqian could no longer hold back her anxiety. She said, "Fifth Hall Master, our Tianhe clan has prepared 7.5 billion supreme-grade divine crystals, and this is only the first batch. There will be a second batch that will be sent in slowly. Please, shut up." What she received in reply was Jian Chen's cold words and icy gaze. Jian Chen directly interrupted He Qianqian's words and coldly stated, "This Hall Lord's choice is not up to you to tell me what to do." He Qianqian's face immediately darkened and paled. She immediately shut her mouth. She had already realized that she had angered the Fifth Hall Master by speaking rashly. Perhaps she had already left a bad impression on him. With He Qianqian as an example, the several dozen organizations that had not been chosen immediately shut their mouths obediently. They all knew that the Fifth Hall Master had a fiery temper and was easily angered. As a result, all of them remained silent. They only waited for the final spot to be decided with unease and anticipation. Jianchen clearly hesitated over the final spot, but his hesitation did not last for too long. In the end, he made his decision. He chose the Tian sect. The Tian sect was the ruler of planet Vastness, one of the 81 great planets of the Saints' world. The strongest ancestor of planet Vastness was the planet Lord. Without any exaggeration, the status of the Tian sect was equivalent to royalty on planet Vastness. The 50 spots had all been decided. The organizations that had been chosen all smiled victoriously, while those that had not been chosen all revealed extremely ugly expressions. He Qianqian was even more dejected. At the same time, she was filled with doubt. The divine crystals that her Tianhe clan had provided were definitely one of the greatest. She did not understand why the Fifth Hall Master would rather choose organizations that had only offered 5 billion divine crystals than the Tianhe clan that had offered over 7 billion divine crystals. Was it because of my words? He Qianqian asked herself. Chapter 2899. Lei Jun's forehead immediately became covered with cold sweat. He said in a hurry, "Esteemed Hall Master, the jade you need is incomparable to supreme-grade divine crystals. In reality, the reason why everyone here was able to collect so many supreme-grade divine crystals in 3 days was because the divine crystals did not come from their clans in the Saints' world. Instead, they borrowed them from the various large organizations in the ruins of the Spirits' world. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to collect 5 billion supreme-grade divine crystals in 3 days. As for the jade stone that Palace Master needs, although this junior doesn't know its exact value, it must be an extremely precious item. Even our Heavenly Thunder clan doesn't have this kind of jade stone. It was obtained by our clan's seniors through other means. As a result, it will definitely take some time for our clan to gather the 30 pieces of jade you need. I hope the Hall Master can give us a few more days. Jianshan agreed with what Lei Jun said. He knew exactly how far the ruins of the spirit's world were from the saint's world. Just passing through the passageway between the two worlds from the ruins of the spirit's world to the saint's world would take quite some time. Moreover, once they arrived in the saint's world, they would need a certain amount of time to return to their clans from the vast saint's world. Back then, the Heartless Child had taken him with him. With the Heartless Child's supreme cultivation, he had basically reached a terrifying level where he could ignore distance to a certain extent. As a result, they did not waste too much time on the journey. However, not everyone possessed the same level of cultivation as the Heartless Child, so it was clearly rather unrealistic for the Heavenly Thunder Clan to complete the task in 3 days. Jianshan stopped urging the Heavenly Thunder Clan when he thought up to there. He said, "Then I'll give you another 7 days. Whether your Heavenly Thunder Clan stays or leaves after that will be up to you." Afterwards, Jianshan gave a few more details before leaving the 100 Saints City with Bing Yuan. At the same time, he took the 50 space rings with him. Every single one of the space rings contained over 5 billion supreme-grade divine crystals. There were quite a few 100 million or over a billion as well. This was a rather large number to the Dark Star race. It was enough to fill up the gap in the garden. Bing Yuan, who was standing beside Jianshan, wanted to say something but stopped himself. He really couldn't understand why the Temple Master didn't accept everyone's divine crystals. What was the difference between having 50 factions and having a faction? Who in the Dark Star race would miss out on such a great opportunity to obtain over 100 billion supreme-grade divine crystals without having to pay any extra price? However, when Bing Yuan thought about how the Hall Master had become extremely irritable due to the influence of the Star Beast after the trip to the Borderline Mountain, Bing Yuan suppressed the impulse in his heart and did not ask. He only felt that it was a pity for the 100 billion supreme-grade divine crystals that he could easily obtain. Jianshan and Bing Yuan returned to the 5th hall and sat on the throne that symbolized the 5th hall master. Jianshan's eyes flickered and then he looked in the direction of the 7th hall. He released his consciousness and extended it towards the 7th hall without any concealment. In the 7th Divine Hall, the 7th Hall Master, Jia Di, was sitting boldly on the main seat, frowning as if he was hesitating about something. He already knew what had happened in the 100 Saints City. At the same time, he also knew that the dozens of factions that had been abandoned by Kuan Tian in the 100 Saints City were preparing more than 100 billion supreme-grade divine crystals to seek shelter. In the face of such a huge amount of divine crystals, Jia Di found it difficult to remain calm. He was extremely tempted because if the 7th Hall had this amount of divine crystals, they would be able to completely solve their current urgent needs. However, in his heart, he was already wary of Kuan Tian, especially after the battle between Kuan Tian and Owen 3 days ago. This wariness became even stronger. Suddenly, Jia Di's expression changed and his face instantly became cold. He said coldly to the space in front of him, "Kuan Tian, your consciousness has invaded the 7th Hall for no reason. What do you want?" "I'm naturally here to make a deal with you." Jianshan's consciousness descended on the 7th Divine Hall and he directly communicated with Jia Di through voice transmission. "A deal? What deal is there between us to talk about?" Jia Di's expression was cold and his tone was also extremely cold, as if he was unapproachable. Indeed, the 7th Hall and the 5th Hall had always been fighting. This kind of open and covert struggle had been going on for countless years, so there was no such thing as a deal. "Of course, I know that the divine crystals in your 7th Hall can't sustain the herb garden for more than a few days. Once the energy supply of the herb garden can't be met and the 7th Hall's breakthrough will be affected, the 7th Hall can't afford the consequences," Jianshan said slowly. Jia Di frowned and snorted coldly, Although the 7th hall doesn't have a lot of divine crystals in storage, it's far from enough that the herb garden can't be met. Moreover, the forces that cooperate with the 7th hall are constantly sending us divine crystals every day. The herb garden area that the 7th hall is in charge of is not for the 5th hall to tell you what to do. Those divine crystals are far from enough to provide the energy needed for the Tao fruit's breakthrough. Jiadi, don't deceive yourself. Jianshan smiled faintly and said, however, there is an opportunity for the 7th hall to not have to worry about the lack of divine crystals at all. From now on, the 5th hall will be fully responsible for providing the 7th hall with all the divine crystals needed for the herb garden until the Tao fruit matures. Jiadi's eyes flashed. This time, he didn't immediately refuse Jianshan's proposal. Instead, he sat on the throne silently for a moment before he finally said expressionlessly, "Then what price do you want me to pay?" "Price? Not really, it's just a matter of a few words for you. You don't need to pay anything." Jianshan withdrew the senses of his soul. He could not help but smile mysteriously as he sat on the throne of the 5th hall. He said to Bing Yuan, "From today onwards, all of the divine crystals in the 7th hall's medicinal garden will be provided by our 5th hall." What? Bing Yuan, who was standing below, had a look of disbelief on his face. At the same time, an order came from the 7th hall. The vice-leader of the 7th hall, Unlai, who was a 4th heavenly layer infinite prime, personally led the 2 armies of the Darkstar race towards the 100 Saints city in a grand fashion. They did not move quickly, so the 100 Saints city received the news along the way. It immediately caused the people of the 100 Saints city to panic. Oh no, oh no! The Darkstar race has launched a large-scale invasion. This time, they're being led by a 4th heavenly layer infinite prime. It's the people of the 7th hall. It's over. Are they planning on destroying our 100 Saints city? Don't panic. We've already received the protection of the 5th hall. Immediately send people to request reinforcements from the 5th hall.